promise you won't get hurt. Come and help me. Whoa, those are cool. I like those. Come on out, Twinkle Toes. You want to help, buddy? It won't hurt. Come and help me. Anyone else would like? Come on up. Everybody with light-up shoes that wants to help, come on up. You won't get hurt. Who's wearing light-up shoes today? Okay. Now, all of my friends, stamp your feet. Show everybody your cool shoes. That's it. They all light up. All right, now what we're going to do, we are going to make your shoes light up without you having to move. What I need you guys to do is all hold hands. Can you come over here first? Hold hands. And you're going to be at the end over here. Like this, okay? Now, everybody watch their shoes. What we are going to do in a second, you're going to hold on to the light bulb. Don't let go. You will not get hurt, I promise, okay? We're going to send the electricity up the light bulb. Through your body, your body, your body, your body, through you, into all of your shoes. And all of the shoes should light up. Now, here we go. Don't let go, helpers. It does not hurt, okay? Don't let go. Give me a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Disco shoes! So you can see them all lighting up. And when we turn it off they go. Hold hands, don't let go. The electricity thinks they're all one giant person. When we turn it on, it flows all the way through into their shoes. Great job. Big round of applause for my great hoppers. Perfect little guy. All right, now. What we're going to do next. This next experiment is one for your librarian. Now, what are you not allowed to do in your library normally? Talk loud. Now, to help your librarian out, if you're talking loud in the library, she can now put you in this. This is Mr. Richie's electric chair. Who's going to show everybody how the electric chair works? Okay, in the white shirt, come on down. All right, now. Hold on, Scooby-Doo. Stand up now. If we look at the chair, this is made of plastic. But look, the legs are made of metal. It's all connected with metal, and there are 2 spots on the seat, okay? Now, I need you to relax and sit down right on the edge, okay? Now, if your librarian's at her desk looking around and sees you talking too loud, instead of having to tell you to be quiet, she's just going to be able to touch this down and see what happens. So face everybody, try and relax. Here we go. 3, 2. No, oh, move over then. Let's see if we can get it just on the right spot. Oh! Big round of applause. Anybody else feeling great? Come on down. All right. Sit right on the edge. Now this is good for parents as well, guys. You can get one of these if your kids aren't eating their vegetables at dinner. You can use this. So here we go. Face everybody. Try to stay calm. And sit down. And... Ah! Great job. Thank you. Now for this next experiment, I need a little lady. You will not get hurt, I promise. I need a little lady. Okay. Now, my friend here, turn around, has got a beautiful smile. Show everybody. Okay, now, you're going to be Mother Nature, and you're going to be mad and angry. So show me an angry face. That's a happy face. She's okay. All right, Princess, what we're going to do, this is the Earth. Who lives on had some nasty weather the last couple of days, so stand back here, Mother Nature. Hold on to this. This is a thundercloud. Now, when we have a thundercloud, we get rain and we get lightning.
Oh my God!
You can see the lightning strike. Now, if the lightning hits the wrong spot, it can do a lot of damage. Now, stand back, sweetheart, just for a second. Here, this piece of paper is going to be a tree. Now, if you're ever outside in a thunderstorm, one of the worst places you can stand is under a tree. Now, hold on to this, Mother Nature. Don't let go. We're going to let the lightning hit the wrong spot. You're okay? Here we go. 1 second. Now, if that was a tree, that tree would come crashing down on your head, and would that feel good? No. Okay. That would be really bad, right? Big round of applause for Mother Nature. All right, friends. Now we're going to put the electricity away. If you came up to the front and have helped me already, please don't put your hand up. Let some other people come and be my helpers.
I have
For my next experiment, I need somebody who's not afraid to get wet. In the America shirt, come on down. Here we go. All right, big round of applause. All right, now I need you to come and stand over here. Turn around and face everybody. Now, don't move, okay? In this container, what do we have? Water. Put your hand in there. Take your hand out. How does it feel? Wet or dry? Wet. It's wet. Just so you know, I'm not cheating. This is proper water. It's a proper liquid, okay? Now, I'm going to pour the liquid into one of my 3 cups. Here I have 3 blue cups. Now, let's pour the liquid into this one. So watch carefully. Make sure I'm not cheating. We pour the liquid in. All right, let's see. Now, which cup did the water go in? Did it go in this one? No. This one? No. This one? Yes. Now watch, because I'm going to start to move the cups. And tell me when to stop. Stop. Okay. Is the water in this one? No. This one? No. This one? Yes. You guys are too good for Mr. Ritchie. All right, I'm going to go really quick this time. Now remember, it's in this cup, right? No. Watch where you think it is as we move them around again. Tell me when to stop. Stop. Okay. Is the water in this one? No. Let's have a look. Give me a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Oh, not in the first one. Is it in this one? No. Let's have a look. Give me a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Not in that one. That means it's in that one. All right, let's have a look. I'm going to stand back so I don't get wet. 3, 2, 1. It's not in there now. It's not under this one. It's not under this one. And it's not in here. Now, what if you make water really cold? What does it turn into? Ice. Ice. Now, I didn't make it really cold and turn it into ice. What if you boil it and you make it really hot? It turns into gas or steam, okay? Now, I didn't do that either. I did cheat a little bit. Before you guys came in, I put a special powder in. Now, hold your hands like this. We're going to tap the side of the cup. 1, 2, 3. So we give it a few taps and we turn it upside down. Now.
What?
Poke it with your thumbs. Is it hard or soft?
Soft.
Let Mr. Ritchie feel. Rub your hands together. Do they feel wet or dry? They're dry now. So what we're going to do, we turn the water from a liquid to a dry gel. Could you drink that now? No. Now what we're going to do, we're going to walk around and let you feel this. this half and let people poke it. Do not put it near your mouth, okay? Get ready to poke it. Does it feel like a liquid? That's it, you ready to go? Poke, 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 poke. Poke, poke, poke.
Oh, it feels weird. Oh, it does. You feel like it? I got one. Hey, Excuse me. American shirt. American shirt. Yeah, he got shot. He's just throwing it right now too. He got shot. Matthew, you go. I wish he was holding it.
Alright guys, now just so you know what you've been touching. This started out as a white powder and it started out as baby diaper powder. This is at the bottom of a baby's diaper. It's called polyacrylamide. It's also used by astronauts in space, okay? It turns a liquid into a soft solid. Now, we're going to move on, and we're going to talk about one of my favorite things in science. We're going to be talking next about a special thing. Who knows what this is?
Dry ice.
This is dry ice. Now, dry ice is one of the coldest things in the whole world. It's 109 below zero. It's so cold that if you touch it with your finger, it will burn your finger. So you can never touch it. It's so cold, it feels hot. So you can never touch this unless you're wearing a glove. Now my hand's getting really cold in the glove, but luckily it's not getting burnt, okay? Now if you move it, what can you see?
Smoke.
Steam, smoke. Dry ice is called dry ice because it's not got any liquid, okay? It's never a liquid, it's a gas. A frozen gas. Now, what we can do is lots of fun things with it because it's cold and because it's a gas. Now, first, I need two helpers who've not been to the front yet. Let's get in the blue at the back and in the white. Yep, come on out. All right, now I'm going to give you a quarter and one to you. I'm going to give one to you, buddy. Stay where you are. I'm going to give one over this side to you, sweetheart. Stay where you are. And in the middle, in the white shirt. Okay, now, if I give you a coin, put it in your hands like this. Everybody else, put your hands together like this. Now, let's create heat by making some friction. So slowly rub. You don't really feel much. Let's get quicker. And let's get quicker. And let's go full speed. Rub, 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 rub. And touch your cheeks. How do your hands feel? Hot, right? Now we want to rub, rub, rub to make this coin hot. So keep rubbing. Rub, rub, rub. Now we want the coin to be hot enough to start to dance. Now to make it dance, we hold it at the top. We're going to push it down. 1, 2, 3. Can you see it starts to move all on its own? So it starts to shake back and forth. Now, did we hear anything when we first pushed it in? Yeah, we heard a sizzle, okay? Now hold the top of yours. Make sure we don't touch the ice. Hold on to it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, let go. Perfect. Stay at the front. Push yours in. 1, 2, 3. Lovely. Okay, stay at the front. Who else has got one? All right, you guys just turn around and have a look. So turn around and have a look. 1, 2, 3, let go. That was a hot one. That was excellent. So you can see it start to shake. We've got one in the middle. I know we've got one in the middle for you guys. You can see this one, don't worry. Push yours in. Go touch the ice. Be careful. One. 2, 3, let go. Perfect. And then one over this side. Watch out. We've got one over here. Push yours in. 1, 2, 3, let go. Alright then friends, now as I was walking around the coin started to shake. What happened to these first ones we put on? Well, what makes you say they froze? What colour have they turned? They turned white. Now, the dry ice is so cold that if you put a quarter on it, it will freeze mega quick. Hold your hand out like this. You're going to pass these around. The ice is too cold to feel, but you can feel the quarter. These are really cold, but they, get ready to pass them quick. Ah, quick, pass. Quick, pass it around. Pass it around. Okay, guys, let Mr. Richie get his money back. Thank you. Anybody else? Lovely. Okay. Now, next, guys, we're going to do a listening experiment. Dry ice, we've said, is really cold. Compared to the ice, thank you so much. Compared to the ice, this pan lid is hot. Now, when the ice hits the metal,
it turns up. Makes vibrate.
you get one sound. Two sounds, and then this one's my favorite. Is that you? Wow. So we got one here, and then in the middle's our stinker. Now, when the ice hits the metal vibrates. Show me vibration. Some vibrations are big. Some are teeny tiny. If the vibrations are big, stretch your arms out wide. It's so lonesome. Everybody make a loud sound. Stop. If the vibrations are small and close, put your hands really close. It's high! Now, what I need you to do is take a big breath and you're going to follow my hands, okay? So, ready? Breathe in. Now, next, we're going to make a potion. If you don't want the potion, you don't have to have it. Just put your hands on your head. If you do want it, stay on your bottoms and I will try to get you. I need 2 helpers who've not helped me yet. In the...
I have a help.
Yeah, in the black. black shirt. Who's that? Is that Buzz?
No.
Lightning McQueen. All right, now, come and hold on to this. 2 hands. Now, sweetheart, you're going to hold on to this with 1 hand. There we go. All right, now, turn around and show everybody. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to make a potion using our dry ice. So, with my hammer, I'm going to break it up into some little pieces. And we're going to put those little pieces in the container. So, let me just see it for 1 second. Now, hold this in 2 hands. Do not drop it. Will not hurt you, okay? I promise. So be brave. Face everybody so they can see. Now be really brave. Hold it in 2 hands. It won't hurt you. Turn around. I'll hold it with you. Turn around and face everybody. Okay. Now hold tight. It doesn't hurt. Can you hold it for me? Yeah. Hold tight. All right. Now. That's perfect. Now just take a step back. Add a squirt of super science liquid. Now don't be scared. A little bit more than that. There we go. Give it a squirt. Perfect. We add a little bit more. And now put that back on the table. This is now a super science Don't move, guys. I'll come and get y'all. A little bit. We're going to do an explosion next, okay? Okay, stand up here. Turn around and face everybody. Now, this first one is not one you should try on your own, okay? Well, this first one we're going to use some dry ice again. So we break it into a little piece using my hammer. And we're going to put that into a film canister, and you're going to hold this up above your head. Hold on tight, okay? Point it up. Now, we are going to add a little bit of water to get it smoking. Can you see it start to smoke?
Yeah.
All right, now hold it down here. You're pretty tall. Okay, now just away from your head. That's it. Now, we are going to add a lid. Right now, all that gas is coming out, all the smoke's coming out. When we put the lid on, the smoke is trapped. It starts to push. Now hold on tight, because any second, something should. In a second, it should.
Explode!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. until there's no space left, and... Alright guys, now, if you saw there, that one is a little dangerous. Sometimes the ice will pop out, and you might accidentally touch it, so that's not one you should try on your own. This next one is one you can try with your family, okay? All you need is a film canister. You can get these free at LaVergne37086. Now, where's my lid at?
It's back there.
Oh, I got this one now. You need to make sure you've got a clear lid, okay? They'll give them you free at LaVergne37086. You need one of these, and you need an Alka-Seltzer. And this is going to turn the bottle into a rocket. It's best to do it outside because this will go above a house, all right? Come on out. Now, what you're going to do, you're going to break the Alka-Seltzer in half. So snap that in half. We're going to put a little bit of water in the container. So we fill it up about a quarter of the way. Now, you're going to drop both pieces in. I'm going to snap the lid on. We're going to turn it upside down, and it's going to blow up. Here we go. We need to back away after we put it in. Get ready to drop them in at the same time. Both at the same time. Drop it in. Back away. All right, here we go. Now this one is safer because you can touch the Alka-Seltzer afterwards, and the bubbles are what caused the explosion. All right, thank you so much. Sit back down. Now, friends, we've got a special treat for y'all. Here in a second, we're going to move on to do our making portion of the show where you get a take-home. Now, before that, we've got a couple of announcements. I am Mr. Rich from Super Science. We have a soccer science camp next week down the road in Murfreesboro. I've got some flyers around. It's loads of fun. We build rockets and race cars, catapults, different things, and then we do soccer in the morning. So it's loads of fun. If you'd like to come, we do still have spaces available. I also do birthday parties where we can come to your house and we can do our fun stuff at your house. Now, can we do the announcements next?
First of all, let's coming next.
Hi, I'm Christy Carlson Romano. I play Ren Stevens on Disney Channel's Even Stevens, and I'm the voice of Kim Possible. You know, the wonder teen who saves the world, does her homework, and updates her wardrobe all on a school night? Yeah, well, she uses math, science, and technology to fight off evil villains. But seriously, I have some really cool friends who find these subjects helpful in solving real problems. They are the Treehouse Detectives, and you can meet them on NASA Sci-Files. They're going to be traveling to places that we can only dream of going. So, join in the adventure and help the Treehouse Detectives solve their newest case.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. Why is it important to find water ice on Mars? How will the Phoenix Mars lander analyze soil and water ice on Mars? What is ferrofluid and why did NASA develop it? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
So, good job, Bianca. Next time I think we need to slow down a bit because I don't want you to pull muscle or anything.
Actually, I was thinking about picking up the pace a little.
Me too, but let's think about this realistically. We still have a few years before we have to take the physical test to be astronauts, and I think we should take it easy, you know, at first.
RJ, we're talking about possibly being the first astronauts to travel to Mars. I think I'll go ahead and run home.
That's 2 miles. Have you considered speed walking?
It's okay. I'm expecting a letter.
I think I'll just shoot for going to the moon.
Hi, RJ. Are you okay?
You look awful.
Tony.
I mean, awfully fit.
Bianca's killing me. I can't hide it any longer. I mean, I'm running twice a day just to keep up with her.
Why the sudden interest in physical fitness?
Remember what Mr. Gregory said? We could actually be the first astronauts to go to Mars. And you have to be in great shape to be an astronaut.
Yes. And in the case of the biological biosphere, Miss Shepard told us about how astronauts have to train to stay in shape, both on Earth and in space.
We also learned that you can overdo it.
Getting in shape shouldn't mean you have to run yourself into the ground.
Maybe that's why NASA has manned and unmanned missions.
Did you say manned and unmanned?
Sure.
With the way my fitness training is going, maybe I need to think about working on an unmanned mission.
Good idea. Not that you're not in shape, but Mr. Gregory did say that NASA not only needs future astronauts, but also researchers, engineers, and scientists.
And GFPs.
What's a GFP?
Galactic Financial Planners. Come on, guys, get with the program.
Actually, Tony has an interesting point. I'm sure there's lots of ways to get involved with space exploration.
Yes, NASA needs lots of people in all kinds of careers. We just need to find one we like.
Let's bring up the problem board.
What do we know?
We know that there are both manned and unmanned missions to explore space.
Exactly, and we also know that there are missions that involve going to the moon, Mars, and beyond.
We also know that NASA needs space explorers and scientists.
Okay, so what do we need to know?
We need to learn more about unmanned missions and what it takes to be an astronaut.
I'll check out the NASA website. The NASA website is the perfect place to find out about future NASA missions and space exploration, along with careers.
Perhaps I can do something in R&D.
R&D?
Oh, research and development. Because, as you know, I'm a big fan of research.
Well, this may be right up your alley, RJ.
What is it?
I've contacted Dr. Carol Stoker. She's working on the latest NASA Mars mission. It's a lander called the Phoenix that the University of Arizona and the NASA Ames Research Center are developing.
Isn't Kaylee in San Francisco doing some research on redwood trees?
Yes, she doesn't get back until next week.
I'll send her an email to see if she can talk to Dr. Stoker.
Great. Maybe we should talk to Dr. D, too.
Maybe he'll have some ideas about manned space travel.
Actually, I was supposed to meet Dr. D at the Virginia Air and Space Center to check out a new exhibit on strange matter. I better run.
We're very excited about the new vision for NASA, space exploration, and the Phoenix lander. But we are just wondering why we want to explore Mars instead of some of the other planets.
Well, Mars is the planet in our solar system most like Earth, and it also may be another home for life.
What do you mean?
Well, some scientists think that life may have evolved on Mars early in its history when it was warmer and wetter than it is today. But the exciting thing would be if life still exists on Mars now.
That's very exciting. So why don't we check it out instead of sending unmanned missions to Mars?
Robotic missions cost less, and they help us learn a lot about the surface of Mars. The more we know about Mars, the more information we have to help design more effective human missions.
That makes sense. So where will the Phoenix lander explore?
The Phoenix will land in Mars' northern Arctic plains between 65 and 75 degrees north.
Why is it landing there?
The landing site was chosen because another mission to Mars, called the Mars Odyssey, has discovered near subsurface water ice. That's water ice that's under a layer of dry soil that's fairly thin, right in that location.
Why is water ice so important?
Well, the simple answer is that water is the most important ingredient for life, but it must be liquid water. On Earth, wherever we find liquid water, we find life.
But isn't ice the solid form of water?
Yes, but recent climate studies and climate modeling indicate that ice at the surface or near the subsurface in the area where Phoenix is landing may melt from time to time under some circumstances.
And melted ice means liquid water.
That's correct. And when the water's liquid, microbial life could be growing in the soil and then become dormant when conditions get harsh.
I learned at camp that when a plant or animal is dormant, it's inactive, sort of like sleeping. It's not actively growing, but it's protected by the environment until conditions are favorable for it to grow.
That's right, and on Mars, we hope to find that when conditions become favorable, the ice melts and organisms wake up and grow.
How will you know if there are microbes in the soil?
Well, Phoenix won't be able to actually detect microbes in the soil, but it will be able to determine if the environment was ever habitable, and it may detect things left by biology in the past, such as organic compounds and other clues.
But how will it be able to analyze the soil and water ice?
There's a robotic arm with a digging tool designed to dig into the subsurface and scratch and obtain samples of the soil and ice. Those samples will then be placed into instruments that will analyze the samples for such things as the type of minerals in the soil, any organic compounds, the chemical properties, and much more. The data will help us determine if the environment would be a good one for life.
That sounds so exciting. I can't wait till the Phoenix lands on Mars.
Well, it doesn't launch until 2007, but in the meantime, there's lots of exciting things going on at NASA to hold your interest.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stoker.
You're welcome. Don't hesitate to call if you have any more questions.
Tony. This strange matter exhibit is really cool, and it's a great place to learn about manned missions to space.
Strange matter? I don't see the connection.
Space is a very harsh environment, and for people to explore space, we have to overcome such problems as meteoroids and other space debris colliding with the spacecraft.
I never thought of that. I guess it could be very dangerous. So, what can we do?
Couldn't you shatter the glass with a bowling ball, because it is specially tempered glass?
Thankfully.
Space is really important to have materials that don't shatter upon impact. The International Space Station, for example, has layers of Kevlar that prevent micrometeorites from penetrating.
Isn't that the same stuff they use for bulletproof vests?
That's right. I've got a Kevlar glove right here. Check it out.
Wow, that must be a really tall blade.
Let's see how this works on an ordinary glove.
I'll take the Kevlar glove.
Good choice. Now, what else about space is harsh?
Well, I would think it's extremely cold in space.
Yes, it is. Insulation to protect from extreme heat and cold is critical, like the display on soap foams.
It's pretty impressive. What does that have to do with insulation?
Let me show you. Here, take this piece of aerogel. It's sometimes called frozen smoke. It's the world's lightest solid, which means it's the least dense.
You're right. It weighs a lot less than I thought it would.
A piece the size of a human body would have a mass of less than half a kilogram, or about a pound. It's mostly air, about 99.8%.
Oh, I see. It's like the soap bubbles. They're mostly air.
It turns out that air does a great job of insulation, either keeping heat out or preventing heat from leaving. Let me show you. Here, hold this balloon on the opposite side of the aerogel from the microtorch. Now move the balloon up.
That torch looks mighty hot, but nothing happened to the balloon as long as the aerogel was right there.
Try touching the aerogel. Is it hot?
No, not at all.
Aerogel was used to insulate the Mars rover's Sojourner from intense swings in the Martian temperature. NASA is experimenting with aerogel now to see if it can be made more transparent and used as a window.
What about radiation in space? Isn't that a difficult problem?
That's right. Astronauts need protection from radiation. The atmosphere and the Earth's magnetic field protect us from these things. But on a journey to Mars, for example, it's especially important to have shielding.
So will they use lead? I've heard that it stops a lot of radiation.
It does, but it's way too heavy to haul into space, and it has some other problems.
So what's the solution?
Well, NASA is experimenting with a lot of different ideas, but one of them involves this.
Dr. D, you've got to be kidding. That's a grocery bag.
It's called polyethylene plastic. Of course, it would have to be thicker than this. Another possibility is liquid hydrogen. Now, let's talk about ferrofluids.
Ferrofluids.
NASA first developed ferrofluids to deal with the flow of liquid fuel and the weightlessness of space. It has magnetic material suspended in the liquid, so it can be controlled by magnets.
I didn't realize how harsh it is in space. I think we really need to learn more about how space travel affects the human body.
Why don't you contact Dr. Schaffner at NASA Johnson Space Center in Houston? He'll be a big help.
Thanks, Dr. D.
Go ahead and enjoy the rest of the exhibit. Oh, by the way, I hear that Bianca's going to space camp. I'm sure she'll also learn a lot about being an astronaut.
RJ's got my bags. Now, make sure that you are running at least 2 miles a day. It's never too early to get a start on your preparation.
And you remember to report daily about what you've learned about working and living in space. Even areas that aren't directly involved with astronauts. You know, manned and unmanned.
Of course. Are you running in those shoes? You need better arch support.
Have a nice trip, Bianca. Keep in touch.
See ya.
So what's up? Will Bianca's training pay off? Will she have the right stuff for space camp? Will RJ keep up his fitness training? Find out in the next episode of The Case of the Great Space Exploration.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. Why is it important to exercise in space? Why are calories important? Why are robots important to the future of space travel?
Welcome to Huntsville, Alabama, a home space camp where kids get the chance to get behind the controls of a NASA space shuttle and simulate a mission in space. It's the next best thing to being a real astronaut. In fact, you spend the entire week doing exactly what they do. Training, working in teams, problem solving, and of course flying missions. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I've got to meet my team members, but I'll be sure to keep you posted as I learn more.
There you are. Where were you? We were supposed to meet at the track to run this morning.
I've been here all day.
What happened?
Well, it turns out Bianca's right.
I know. She usually is. Isn't that why we're all getting in shape?
No, I mean the shoes. After careful study, it's clear that the shoes, though very cool, are not the best things for running.
I never really took that kind of thing seriously.
Remember last spring when you tried to catch up to the bus in your dress shoes?
Sure.
And you could barely walk for the next 2 days? That could have been a result of bad equipment.
Wow. If something as simple as shoes can make such a difference, then I wonder what kind of equipment they use in space when they exercise.
Me too. That's exactly why I'm here. Research.
I thought you were focusing on unmanned missions in space. I am, but Catherine called me last night. She's going down to Houston with her dad for the rest of the week. What for? She's gonna meet with Dr. Grant Schaffner to learn about the effects of space travel on the body. Okay, but I still don't understand why that would send you to the library. Not that there's anything wrong with the library. Oh, sorry. The connection is space travel. If it has an effect on human beings, then it must also have a significant impact on cameras, robots, sensors, and everything else that's involved in the missions. So I came here to learn what space is really like.
Wow. I think I'll head back to the treehouse and catch everyone up on our progress. Let me know how it ends.
No problem.
Dr. Schaffner works with fitness testing and exercise equipment at NASA Johnson Space Center. We met at the bioastronautics lab.
I hear you want to learn how space affects the body.
Yes, we're doing research on the future of space exploration, and we're curious as to what the effect of long-term spaceflight will have on the human body.
Exposure to spaceflight is very similar to prolonged bed rest. During prolonged exposure to weightlessness, the body gradually degrades and loses bone mass, muscle mass, and endurance capacity.
Can these problems be prevented?
We're not sure if they can be totally prevented, but with proper exercise and nutrition, the effects are minimized.
We know how important it is to be in good physical condition, even if you aren't an astronaut. But do astronauts have to be in super condition?
Actually, there are no physical requirements other than to be healthy and to pass a physical examination. But all astronauts should be in good physical condition.
How is exercise in space different from regular exercise?
Exercises performed in space are similar to exercises done on Earth, but with a few differences. Astronauts use a cycloergometer, treadmill, and resistive exercise devices for strength training both on Earth and in space. However, the equipment is just designed a little differently for space.
How is the equipment different?
The equipment has to be lighter because it is very expensive to carry mass into space.
When you exercise on Earth, you work against your own body weight. What do astronauts do in a weightless environment?
We use bungees or other devices to simulate gravity loading while running on a treadmill. And we increase the amount of resistance for some resistive exercises.
Why is it important to exercise while in space?
In space, exercise helps limit the amount of bone or muscle loss. Astronauts who are able to complete the exercise program return to Earth in better shape and recover faster.
What happens if they don't exercise while in space?
Those astronauts are at greater risk for bone fractures and have to complete a longer rehabilitation program.
What concerns are there for the astronauts that are going to Mars and beyond?
One concern is that the exercise equipment be very reliable. If it breaks down and is not repairable, then there would be serious health risks to the crew. Also, due to the small space, only a limited number of devices can be used.
If exercising is important in space, isn't eating right also important?
You bet. But the real expert is Miss Davis Street. Let's see if she can meet with you.
Dr. Schaffner said you had some questions about nutrition in space.
I'm curious, are nutritional needs different in space?
Good nutrition is critical for all aspects of human health on Earth. While there are some specific differences during space flight, just like on Earth, we need to make sure that astronauts are able to do their jobs while they're on the mission.
How do you do that?
We make sure they have enough calories, vitamins, and minerals to maintain energy levels and good health.
What are calories?
Food provides us with the energy to perform our daily activities. The term calorie is a way to measure energy, either in the foods we eat or in the activities you perform.
Why are calories important?
To maintain an appropriate body weight, we must balance energy in the foods we eat with energy we expend during physical activity. In other words, calorie intake must match calories burned, or you will lose or gain body weight.
How do we know how many calories we need?
There is a formula to calculate a person's resting calorie needs, or BMR, basal metabolic rate. Once you know your BMR, you multiply it by a factor depending on low, medium, or high activity level.
To learn more about BMR, visit the NASA SciFiles website. So calories are pretty important.
Yes, but remember, it's not just important to eat foods with the right number of calories, they also need to be nutritious.
How can you determine if the foods you eat are nutritious?
One way is to follow the food pyramid as a guide to healthy eating. There are 6 food groups: grains, vegetables, fruits, milk, meat, fat and sweets. Each level of the pyramid represents the correct number of servings of each group.
What is a serving?
A serving is a recommended portion size and is usually measured in ounces, cups, teaspoons, or pieces, depending on the type of food.
Is there anything else that we can do to make sure that we eat healthy?
Yes, you can also read nutritional labels to find foods low in saturated fats and sugar and higher in fiber, protein, vitamins, and minerals.
So how do astronauts make sure that they eat healthy and get the right number of calories while in space?
Nutrition experts help the astronauts plan proper menus for a space flight. Astronauts like to have a choice in their diet, so various foods are prepared just like they will be in space.
Variety in menus is always very important.
Then the astronauts conduct taste tests to select their favorite foods while creating a nutritionally balanced meal.
It doesn't sound that much different than going to a restaurant that serves nutritionally balanced meals.
It is very similar. We also help astronauts keep track of what they eat on orbit to make sure they maintain a healthy diet.
Thanks for all your help, Miss Davis Street.
You're welcome. Call if you have any other questions.
I will. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, RJ. What's in the bag?
New shoes.
Actually, I think you'll be fine.
What do you mean?
Well, I've been going over Catherine's get up and go sheet from her visit with NASA Johnson Space Center. Apparently, you don't need to be a marathon runner to be an astronaut.
I know. I also checked out a report.
Isn't that good news? You can just take the shoes back.
I think I'm gonna keep them. Remember, it's important to be physically fit. And good shoes are important for healthy feet. I just hope Bianca will lighten up a bit.
I sent her Catherine's report, and it looks like we have a pretty good handle on how manned missions will affect the body.
Yes, but I think we need to learn more about an astronaut's diet in space. Miss Davis Street made it sound pretty important.
I've got just the thing.
The NASA Sci-Files Kids Club?
You got it. It looks like Maryvale Elementary School in Rockville, Maryland is studying nutrition.
Cool.
And the mentors from the Society of Women Engineers are helping out.
To learn more about the Society of Women Engineers, where you can get a free classroom mentor, visit the NASA Sci-Files website.
Here they are now.
Hi, I'm Josh.
And I'm Tracy. You're just in time. You're ready to evaluate our astronaut menus.
Wow, that sounds like a difficult task. How do you know what to plan for an astronaut?
Right, like you can order a pizza in orbit.
At first we didn't. We just planned what we thought would be a good diet for an astronaut.
Then we decided to look at our own diets and wrote down everything we ate the day before.
Next, with the help of our mentors from the Society of Women Engineers, we did some research to learn about serving sizes. We were surprised to find out that a serving size is not what we thought it was.
What do you mean, not what you thought it was?
We learned that serving sizes listed on nutrition facts labels are often larger than serving sizes listed on guides to healthy eating.
For example, did you know that a large bagel is actually about 3.5 servings of grain instead of 1?
That's a big difference.
Large bagel with cream cheese.
What other factors you consider when planning a menu?
We learned that calories are very important in order to maintain appropriate weight and to give enough energy for the day.
And that the number of daily required calories is determined by your age, weight, height, and activity level.
Although everyone is different for this exercise, we estimated that an average astronaut would need about 3,000 calories.
Many very large bagels, extra cream cheese.
And the calories need to be balanced throughout the day to help maintain a good energy level all day long.
That's a lot to remember in planning a menu.
It becomes even more complicated when you consider nutrition.
We learned from Miss Davis Street that the food pyramid can help you with nutrition.
Yes, the food pyramid showed us how many servings of each food should be consumed in a day.
Did you know that you need 6 to 11 servings of grain, 3 to 5 servings of vegetables, 2 to 4 servings of fruit, 2 to 3 servings of milk, 2 to 3 servings of meat, but only 1 serving of fats and sweets?
Candy bars aren't considered grain, are they?
No. I think we need to make some major changes to our diet.
That's exactly what we thought.
We found out that astronauts say that fruit tastes different in space. They also like a lot of variety in their diet. They also like spicy fruits such as salsa.
And we didn't even think about crumbs floating around in space, so no crackers for the astronauts.
Did you know that they don't even have a refrigerator on the space shuttle?
That would be rough. No frozen pizzas.
Well, after we finish our research, we began to evaluate our menu.
We think we have a good menu now for our astronauts, but we are going to share it with our class and get their suggestions.
That's great. It's always good to get advice from lots of people. You never know where you'll get a good idea.
Well, we better get back to the discussions. We'll post our results on the website.
We'll be sure to check it out.
Thanks for sharing your research with us.
You're welcome. Goodbye from Maryvale Elementary School in Rockville, Maryland.
Wow. I never knew there was so much to think about in planning a healthy diet.
All this talk about nutrition and calories is making me hungry.
Me too. Hey, why don't we stop by my house to grab a quick bite?
Cool, I'll meet you there. But first I need to stop by Dr. D's. I have a few questions I'd like to ask him.
What questions?
Well, we have a good idea about the body and how to prepare it for space travel and keep it fit while in space, but we still need to learn more about unmanned missions. We know space is an extremely harsh environment for people, but what about robots?
I'm sure Dr. D would have some ideas.
Hi, Dr. D. It's nice to see you're finally taking a break.
Break? This is serious robotics research.
It looks like Lego, Dr. D.
It is Lego, but it's also a computerized robot.
That's pretty cool. What does it do?
Here, let me show you. This robot is programmed to go forward and avoid obstacles.
How does it do that?
It has a bumper with a touch sensor, which causes it to back up and then move around any object that it runs into. That's pretty important, especially if a robot is exploring Mars, where there is about a 10-minute time delay between questions sent and answers received.
So are there other ways to avoid obstacles than just knowing how to back up when you hit one?
Yes. One example is the Mars exploration rovers that use pairs of cameras spaced some distance apart.
2 cameras, like 2 eyes. So the rover has depth perception, and it can tell how far away things are.
That's right. 3D images help the onboard computer plot a path that avoided obstacles.
Didn't the rovers only go a short distance from their spacecraft landers?
Actually, the Mars rover named Spirit did travel for only about 10 seconds at a time before it had to stop and consider its next step. But it did travel a total of several kilometers.
So what else can your robot do?
If I place these light sensors on the robot, it will follow this black line. It is programmed to go forward until it hits black, and turn away from the black and go forward again.
Kaylee learned that robots are very important to the future of space travel.
That's correct. Robotic explorers will lead the way, followed by human explorers who will conduct in-depth research.
Aren't robotic probes also able to collect data for long periods of time?
Very good. For a Mars mission, robotic explorers are especially important because travel to Mars is a very lengthy process for human beings.
Doesn't it take just as long for a machine to get to Mars?
Yes, it takes about 8 months to get to Mars, but you don't have to bring a robot back to Earth.
I guess 16 months of food, oxygen, and water could be a challenge.
Actually, it's a lot longer than 16 months. Travel to and from Mars requires proper planetary alignment. Once you get to Mars, you'll probably have to wait 10 months or longer if the alignment is correct to come back.
We learned that the harshness of space makes it difficult for humans to travel. Is the same true for robots?
You bet. Robots have to be shielded from radiation and also protected from temperature extremes.
Dr. D, can we borrow your robot and take it back to the treehouse?
No problem. In fact, let me give you an assignment. Try to find several new things for the robot to do.
And then we can sell the robots to NASA for future missions.
So what's up? What else do the treehouse detectives need to know about space? How will humans overcome the harshness of space for travel to Mars? How will robots help lead the way to Mars? All this and more when the NASA Sci-Files continues.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What are galactic cosmic rays? Explain how spacecraft will be self-healing in the future. Why does NASA need new propulsion systems?
Trepid, Houston, how do you read this?
Roger, Houston. We're at Mach 10.5 and everything looks okay. Guys, I'm reviewing protocols for an upcoming mission. It's so cool because you work directly with mission control to troubleshoot and solve problems throughout the entire mission simulation. Right now I'm reviewing re-entry and landing procedures after successfully launching a new satellite to track RJ's exercise program. The counselors monitor your progress closely, and they even introduce problems into the mission simulation for the teams to solve. You really have to be prepared. Keep up the good work, RJ. Over and out.
Kind of goes against the whole idea of working out, doesn't it?
No, that's the beauty. No fat frozen yogurt with sugarless sauce and toppings, and it even has fresh fruit. It's totally healthy.
I'll just stick with the water.
I have to admit, Bianca's right. Ever since we started exercising, I feel great.
We're not quite ready to go into space, but we're getting there.
Dr. D's comments on the potential dangers of space travel do have me a little concerned.
Me too. I've been going over all our research, and the radiation problem seems critical.
So what do we do next?
Time for the problem board. We know that space is an extreme environment.
And NASA trains astronauts to live safely in that environment.
And astronauts will also need to learn to live on the moon and Mars.
So what do we need to know?
We need to know more about how astronauts will deal with radiation in space. Catherine mentioned in her report that she might be able to meet with Mr. Mark Wayland at the NASA Johnson Space Center to learn more about radiation.
Good idea.
We might even be able to learn how to send a triage detective to Mars.
Excellent idea. Wait, what, send someone to Mars? Are you crazy?
I'm fine. Corinne is going to stop by the Mars Society's remote habitat in Utah. It actually simulates what working and living will be like on Mars.
That is really cool.
Where are you going? Up to see Dr. D?
No, Dr. D isn't home. I'm going to get another banana split.
You're kidding.
No, when you eat the light version, sometimes you have to eat twice as much to fill up.
You'll never learn.
Hi, Mr. Weiland.
Hi, Catherine. I'm glad you could stop by. I understand you want to learn more about radiation in space.
Yes, we've read that radiation is very dangerous, but we're not exactly sure what it is.
Well, radiation is one of the top biological concerns for our astronauts. There's two basic types of radiation, light and particles.
How is light dangerous?
Light comes in many different forms. The low-energy visible light that you're familiar with isn't dangerous, but light comes in a high-energy form called ultraviolet.
Isn't that what causes sunburn?
Well, that's right. X-rays and gamma rays are another form of light with more energy than ultraviolet, and they can cause serious damage to your body's cells.
What about the particles?
Very fast-moving particles are considered to be radiation. One example is high-energy protons, which are released by flares on the sun. Another even more dangerous type of radiation are galactic cosmic rays, or GCRs.
What's a galactic cosmic ray?
GCRs are extremely fast-moving protons and nuclei of elements such as iron, silicon, and other elements that come from outside our solar system.
Why are they so dangerous?
They can penetrate more than 100 centimeters into materials and can cause a lot of cell damage. They are also very difficult to shield against, and they can even create additional radiation when they collide with metal spacecraft.
Wow. I've heard that radiation can increase your chances of getting cancer. Is that true?
That's correct. The greater the radiation exposure, the greater the risk of getting cancer and other effects such as cataracts, which is a clouding of the eye lens.
What determines how much exposure you get?
The length of the mission is one of the most important factors. A mission to Mars could take several years. Longer missions mean greater health risk from radiation exposure, especially compared to space shuttle missions, which are much shorter. However, NASA is working hard to reduce the risk.
What are they doing?
They're developing better shielding materials that will prevent the radiation from reaching the astronauts in the spacecraft. And high exposures can also come from very intense events, like solar flares.
Isn't that when the sun has a solar storm?
Very good. If you can monitor the sun for solar storms that produce these flares, then you can warn the astronauts to avoid spacewalks and to enter specially shielded storm shelters in their spacecraft.
Is there anything that can help the body handle the effects of radiation exposure?
Well, NASA is looking at how a healthy lifestyle, including dietary vitamin supplements, might provide protection. They're also looking at the role that age, gender, and/or genetic factors play in how the body responds to radiation.
Wow. If radiation is such a problem for astronauts, why don't we have to worry about it on Earth?
We do have some radiation on Earth, but we're protected from most of it by something the astronauts don't have, an atmosphere.
Yes, I learned in my science class that an ozone layer of our atmosphere blocks a lot of the ultraviolet light from getting to Earth.
Well, that's correct, and it also absorbs a lot of X-rays, gamma rays, and high-energy particles. Charged particles, like cosmic rays and protons from the sun, are deflected by Earth's magnetic field, and Earth itself acts like a big shield.
I'm glad that we have some protection. Radiation sounds pretty serious.
Yes, it is. So don't forget, you should always wear sunscreen when you're working or playing outside.
Don't worry, I will. Thanks, Mr. Weiland. You've been a big help.
You're welcome, Catherine, and good luck.
Hi, guys. It looks like you've been working hard on the unmanned missions.
Along with research, we've been working with LEGO to build possible Mars explorers.
Cool.
Of course, we read all of your reports on the internet.
Having access to the internet is a wonderful thing. Speaking of the internet, you can always find great tools for research on the NASA Sci-Files website.
Are you ready to go to the next level?
What do you mean?
Well, we've been working on different aspects of space travel, but there's one area that we haven't explored.
Like what?
Dr. Herb Waite from the University of California, Santa Barbara just sent us an email.
Doesn't he research bio-inspired nanotechnology?
Right. He referred us to Miss Dana Novak. She's helping him in his research. Here she is now.
Hi, you must be the Treehouse detectives. Dr. Waite said you would call. How can I help you?
We are researching space technology to learn more about the future of space exploration.
What does bio-inspired mean?
Well, it simply refers to any technology inspired by biology. For example, when George Demestrel took his dog for a walk one day, he saw that they both had burrs stuck to them. He looked at a burr under a microscope and saw hooks and loops. That inspired him to invent Velcro.
What a great invention. I use Velcro all the time.
What plants or animals do you look at for inspiration?
Right now, we're investigating mussel threads and bloodworm and clamworm jaws.
Mussels, clamworms, and bloodworms? Sounds interesting, but why exactly are you interested in worm jaws and mussels?
If we're going to explore the moon, Mars, and beyond, then we need new, advanced, and self-healing materials for spacecraft construction.
What do you mean by self-healing?
Think about what happens when you accidentally cut yourself. It's amazing to watch how quickly your body acts to mend the wound. Like this model, we're trying to understand how to give composite materials those same qualities. This model demonstrates how two different types of bonds within a material work together to self-heal.
And why is that important?
One weakness of current composite materials is that they tend to form tiny hairline cracks, which can lead to major damage over time. In long-distance space exploration, repairs won't be easy.
Right. There won't be a spare parts store you can stop at while in space.
Nope, there won't. However, with new high-performance materials, such as the self-healing materials, we will be taking the first step in building spacecraft capable of traveling millions of miles from Earth that can fix themselves.
That's awesome. But I still don't understand what mussels and worm jaws have to do with it.
Nature specializes in how to put materials together in the most effective and efficient ways. We look at the mussel threads because they're very strong, yet thin and lightweight.
It's amazing how much we can learn just by looking at nature.
We can learn how to make materials that recover quickly from stress. Think about when you buy a six-pack of soda. When you take a can out of the plastic loop, the plastic stretches but is difficult to break. Nature inflicts damage on the mussel threads just like you do on the plastic. We call this damage creep, and it is undesirable. However, in nature, many materials that experience creep recover from it, and we're studying the mussel threads to learn how.
What about the blood and clamworm jaws?
The jaws appear to be just as resistant to abrasion as the tiles on the space shuttle, yet they have only half the weight per equal volume.
We learned in the case of the challenging flight that weight is a very important factor. The lighter the airplane or spacecraft, the less fuel it needs.
That's right, and we hope to learn not only how to make very lightweight spacecraft materials, but also tougher ones.
Why do the materials need to be tougher?
The materials used for spacecraft are subjected to enormous stress, so it's crucial that they be tough as well as self-healing.
Sounds like this research is exciting. Thanks, Miss Novak.
You're welcome. Keep up the investigation and call me back if you have any other questions. Bye.
That was impressive. Never thought that studying mussels and worms could help us learn about traveling through space.
But I'm still trying to figure out how we're going to do it. I mean, what will our future space vehicles look like?
I'm not sure. Maybe Bianca can help us.
Well, she's been training down at space camp, but I don't think their program includes future spacecraft.
No, but they are close to NASA Marshall Space Flight Center. I emailed her last night. She wrote back and said she was meeting with Mr. Cook.
Way to go, Catherine. Have you heard from Dr. D yet?
No, wasn't he working with you and Tony?
Well, we talked to him a couple days ago, but we haven't heard from him.
Maybe Bianca gave him a new fitness program to work on too.
Well, if so, maybe we should call his house. He may need some help.
Mr. Cook agreed to meet me at NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, where they test rocket engines for spacecraft. They call it the Propulsion System Component Testing Facility. Of course, I had lots of questions. So how is NASA researching new spacecraft for the future?
One way is through propulsion. With the new exploration vision, we will need propulsion systems that will be low cost and will enable rapid, safe, and reliable access to, in, and from space.
So why do we need new propulsion systems? Aren't the old ones good enough?
Most U.S. propulsion systems are based on 1950s and 60s technology. They're high risk and expensive. Right now, it costs $10,000 per pound to put payload into Earth's orbit.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Exactly. So for us to carry out the exploration vision, the missions must be affordable, the reliability must be increased, and we must find a way to rapidly and safely take us beyond Earth's orbit to the Moon, Mars, and beyond.
What types of propulsion systems are being researched?
The primary ones for exploration are chemical, like these here, nuclear, electric, and propellantless propulsion systems.
What's a propellantless propulsion system?
One type is a system that uses solar sails. These are sails much like those found on a ship. Solar sails are made from thin layers of mylar and act like a very large mirror. As photons of sunlight strike the sail and bounce off, they gently push the sail along.
How does electrical propulsion work? You can't have an extension cord in space.
No, it uses electrical energy from a solar array to accelerate a propellant. There are three types of electric propulsion systems: electrothermal, which uses electrical heat; electromagnetic, which creates thrust using a magnetic field; and electrostatic, which uses charged particles in an electric field.
Don't we currently use chemical rockets?
Yes, and they have been the primary means for transportation in space because of the very large amounts of thrust they generate that are needed to overcome Earth's gravity. As fuels become more advanced, chemical propulsion will continue to play a vital role in space transportation.
They all sound great, but isn't one propulsion system better than the other?
Well, there are pros and cons to each system. The choice of propulsion system depends on the energy requirements of the mission, its duration and destination, and whether it is robotic or human.
I can't wait to travel through space. It's so exciting.
Yes, it is. So keep studying your math and science.
Don't worry, I will.
Oh, by the way, Dr. D called. He said he wanted to meet you over at the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory.
Dr. D at space camp? That's strange. Well, it is Dr. D.
Attach stabilizer into position on both the array and above auxiliary power panel and lock into place. Roger. Fully deploy array by rotating handle counterclockwise. Roger.
Dr. D, is that you?
You bet. I'm training for a spacewalk working on this underwater solar array.
Of course. We learned from Dr. Utley in the case of the inhabitable habitat that astronauts learn to work in the weightlessness of space by diving into a huge tank of water called the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory.
That's correct. It takes a lot of practice to prepare for space travel.
That's what I love about Space Camp. We get to practice, they emphasize the importance of teamwork, and of course I'm looking forward to the simulators.
Simulators are great. They allow you to experience what space is really like. Let's go check them out.
This is the space shot.
Great. It simulates liftoff.
Doesn't liftoff make astronauts feel heavy?
We'll see. You just experienced 4 times the force of gravity, just like the Apollo astronauts at liftoff.
Can we do it again?
Sure. 3, 2, 1.
Dr. D, I also felt weightless for a few seconds at the top.
It was because you were freely falling. It's not quite free fall, but if you go to the moon, you will only weigh 1/6 of what you do on the Earth.
That's a great weight loss program.
Let's see how you do, weighing only slightly more than 2 gallons of milk. Buzz Aldrin said that galloping like a horse was easier than jogging. But why don't you try the bunny hop? Awesome.
Training like this before going to the moon is a great idea.
Now that you've experienced walking on the moon, you need to train for re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. This is the multi-axis trainer, and trainers like this were used by our country's first astronauts in the Mercury program to prepare for the possibility of a tumble spin during re-entry.
Oh, I almost forgot. You've got to contact the other treehouse detectives. They don't know where you are.
Well, that's right. I didn't tell them. I'll get on it right away, just after I become disoriented. Dear treehouse detectives, sorry about the quick departure. I had some important work to do at Space Camp. I saw Bianca. I'm sure she will fill you in. And good, maybe just a little longer is all I can handle.
So what's up? Will Bianca survive the rigors of training? Who will be the next generation of explorers to go to Mars? Would you like to walk on Mars someday? Stay tuned for the exciting conclusion of The Case of the Great Space Exploration.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is the X Prize? Why are aviation and space contests important? What is the purpose of simulated Mars habitats on Earth?
Doing all right? Ready to go for this thing? All right.
Today I tested out at 3 Gs in the centrifuge. It was a very intense experience as the centrifuge spun around to simulate the heaviness of a rocket launch. It was really difficult to move my arms and legs for such a long time. I've been here at Space Camp for almost a week now, and I feel really prepared for my last mission. Wish me luck.
Exercise has really changed my life. I think I can feel myself getting healthier every time I run.
Maybe you should volunteer for an experimental research project.
Do they give prizes or money?
If they do, don't tell Tony, because we'll find ourselves under strict observation in the treehouse for the next 6 months.
I've spent a few days here before. It's not that bad.
Well, speaking of prizes, Tony sent us an email and said to be sure to check out the X Prize.
There must be money involved.
$10 million.
What? Sign me up. What do you have to do to win the $10 million?
I'm not sure, but Tony said to contact Mr. Eric Lindbergh.
I wonder if he's related to Charles Lindbergh.
As a matter of fact, he's his grandson.
Here he is now.
Hi, you must be the treehouse detectives. I got Tony's email. How can I help you guys?
Hi, Mr. Lindbergh. We want to know more about the X Prize. What kind of contest is it?
It's a $10 million prize to be awarded to the first privately funded suborbital space launch.
That doesn't sound too hard.
Well, to win the prize, you have to be able to carry 3 people to an altitude of 100 kilometers or 62 miles, return safely, that's important, and do it again within 2 weeks.
Okay, maybe that's a little harder. Why was the X Prize created?
The mission of the X Prize is to create a future in which the public can personally participate in space travel and its benefits.
I'm there. Just tell me where and when I can go. How soon can tourists go into space?
Whoa, hold on a minute. No one's won the prize yet, but when someone does win the prize, it'll probably take a year or 2 before the paying public can go and fly into space.
Who started the X Prize?
Peter Diamandis was reading my grandfather's book, The Spirit of St. Louis, when a light bulb went on in his mind, and he thought, that's it. We need a prize for space travel. That's how I'm going to get to space. In 1996, we launched the X Prize under the arch in St. Louis.
Didn't your grandfather, Charles Lindbergh, win the Orteig Prize in 1927 for being the first person to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean?
Very good. You know your history. People often forget that aviation was developed by contests and prizes like the Orteig Prize and the Bendix Prize. And we hope to do the same thing for space travel with the X Prize.
What will happen to NASA if we have commercial spaceflight?
Well, private industry can often operate more efficiently than government, and private enterprise will allow NASA to concentrate on their core mission of science and exploration without having to operate a space transportation system.
I guess NASA doesn't operate the airlines today, even though in the early years when it was NACA, it was important to the development of commercial aviation.
That's right. And the more people who have the opportunity to fly into space and look at our planet and experience what those astronauts are telling us is a life-changing experience, the more they'll work harder to try to save our planet and the quality of life that we know for future generations.
Now this is truly exciting. To think that I might get to go to space as a tourist. Thanks, Mr. Lindbergh.
You're very welcome. I'll see you in space.
Fantastic. Next stop, Mars.
One step at a time, Space Cowboy.
Seriously, didn't Tony tell you? Corinne's already on her way to the Mars Society Research Habitat.
Oh, right. I forgot. I can't wait to read a report.
It's like a postcard from the Red Planet. And isn't Bianca's simulated spacewalk happening later today?
Yes, it is. She said we should contact Space Camp's Mission Control this afternoon.
We've got treehouse detectives on Mars, performing spacewalks, developing rovers and landers. We're practically our own mission control.
We are go for liftoff.
Dr. Muscatello said he would meet me at the Mars Analog Research Station, but where is it? My GPS says it should be right about here. Wow, Dr. Muscatello, this looks just like Mars. It is so cool.
Actually, on Mars, it's quite cold, around minus 60 degrees Celsius. If we were really on Mars, you'd be frozen. Why don't you come inside?
If it's so cold on Mars, why do you have the habitat in the middle of a hot desert?
We built it here because this environment not only looks as alien as Mars, but it also exhibits landforms made by infrequent rain and wind that are very similar to the Martian landscape.
What is the purpose of the habitats?
The idea behind the habitats is to build simulated Mars bases here on Earth in places that resemble Mars as much as possible. Then scientists who volunteer their time live and work there and study the biology and geology of these Mars-like environments.
Where are the other Mars habitats?
Oh, we have one in Devon Island, which is in the Canadian Arctic. That's a polar desert just like Mars. A third habitat is being installed in Iceland, which resembles volcanic areas of Mars, and a fourth one is being designed for Australia, which has lots of very dry red desert terrain.
So what kinds of experiments do scientists do in the habitats?
Scientists live and work here just as they would on Mars. One ongoing research experiment being conducted is to look for microscopic life forms called extremophiles that can survive in very extreme environments.
Why do they look for extremophiles?
Mars might have similar organisms, so we need to know where to look and what characteristics they might have. Scientists are also looking at rocks in the desert that have a coating called desert varnish, which looks like a stain.
Why is that important?
The varnished rocks have a biological component that eats the rock. On Mars, the Spirit rover has examined rocks with varnish as well, so there might be a form of life on Mars.
Do you have your own Mars rover?
No, but we do have transportation. We use ATVs just like you did today.
Scientists use ATVs? Why would a scientist need an ATV?
To evaluate exploration techniques. They might use an ATV to extend an astronaut's range. Cliff reconnaissance vehicles can descend steep embankments. Their research might be useful to help us learn how to overcome the limitations of living on Mars.
I would love to live on Mars and ride ATVs.
Well, let's see what it would be like. But first, we have to put on our spacesuits.
Spacesuits? I don't have a spacesuit. Wow, this is great. Do you think that we'll really go to Mars?
Most definitely. We already have the technology to travel to Mars. We would just have to be very clever and use the resources that are already on the red planet.
What kind of resources does Mars have?
The atmosphere of Mars has a lot of carbon dioxide, which you would combine with hydrogen brought from the Earth. With the right catalyst, you make methane, which is your fuel for the return trip home.
But what would happen if you got there and the process didn't work?
With a plan developed by Robert Zubrin and David Baker called Mars Direct, you would send the Earth return vehicle to Mars without astronauts. It would land and start making fuel. Once you knew the fuel tanks were full, the astronauts would leave Earth.
Speaking of leaving Earth, can we go exploring?
You bet, but don't forget your helmet and backpack.
Yes, that's very important.
Are you ready to see Mars?
You bet.
Bianca, can you give me the order of switches to deactivate the antenna?
Roger. Turn off B2, B3, B4, B5, and finally B1.
Roger!
Our EVA mission is on target. Going to get the broken antenna.
This is excellent work. Keep up your concentration.
Space Camp, this is Mission Control. The satellite is worse than it was before.
Wait a minute. That sounds like Jacob.
You got me. Catherine, RJ, and I are monitoring your progress from the treehouse.
It looks like you're having a great time. Plus, you've been on some amazing simulators and really experienced space.
Yes, and I learned how important communication and teamwork are in space travel. Here's antenna A, Dr. D.
Got it. I'll be right back with a new one.
For an astronaut to be successful, you have to have the proper training.
That's right. There's a lot of practice, practice, and more practice.
Don't forget, astronauts have to be physically fit, eat a healthy diet, and also practice, practice, practice.
We also learn to avoid spacewalks during solar storms.
Radiation is a big problem in space.
Here is the antenna. Do you have the instructions for installing it?
Affirmative. Space is a harsh environment, so astronauts not only need protection from radiation, but also from the extreme temperatures of space and from micrometeoroids. Installation complete.
Bianca, do you have the order of switches for the reactivation of the antenna?
Roger.
Okay, Treehouse detectives, we have to focus on our task here. We look forward to reading your research report. Goodbye from Space Camp.
It's amazing. It looks like we were learning some of the same things.
Yes, we learned about special materials used to protect both people and spacecraft from radiation.
Like polyethylene.
You mean plastic bags. And we know the galactic cosmic rays are a real problem.
We also learned how astronauts' meals are planned based upon calorie count in the food pyramid.
Let's not forget what we learned about unmanned missions. The future of the space program depends upon robots preparing the way for people.
Wouldn't it be cool if we all became astronauts and worked on a mission together?
Sure, as long as Bianca isn't the commander.
She would make an excellent commander.
And plus, now she has more experience than any of us.
You're right. It would be pretty cool.
Are you going home?
I think I'll go for a run.
Great, I'll run with you.
Okay, I'll run too. Catherine, prepare to be blinded by my pure speed.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we introduce you to our Office for Research and Sponsored Programs and how they work to mentor and coach faculty members in finding and securing grants for projects. We tell you about Graduate MT and how this effort by our university college has helped hundreds of former students cross the finish line and earn their degrees. And we discuss how our College of Media and Entertainment is teaching and learning about artificial intelligence and its impact on creative industries. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU's Office for Research and Sponsored Programs works to mentor and coach faculty members to find and secure funding grants for projects. Rachel McGinnis heads that office and talks with us today about the services and support they provide our faculty to crack the code for research financing. Rachel, welcome to Out of the Blue.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Your first time on the show?
Yes.
We got a lot to talk about, got a lot to catch up on. But let's tell everybody first about the Office for Research and Sponsored Programs. Tell us what you do.
In our office, we help faculty, staff, and students get grants on campus. So we help them find grants. We also do training for grants, new regulations that are coming out. And we help them, once they get grants, to process the grants all the way to closure.
It's got to be a complicated process. I bet you almost every organization has a different set of rules, requirements, forms to fill out, things like that.
Yes, very much so.
And that can be frustrating. If I want to just focus on the work and try to get it done, you're kind of helping me as a faculty member figure out the things that can make me successful, so I don't have to dive too deeply into the details of the process.
Yes, and because we've looked at these so many times, like the National Science Foundation regulations, it's easier for us to keep processing them. You might have been looking at it for the first time.
And I was going through some of the things you do. The grant enhancement program sounds like it's just really along those lines. You figure out a way to help a faculty member take an idea and make it into something that can get money and be more effective to compete.
Yes, Grant Enhancement Program actually takes you all the way from finding grants that you might be interested in year one to submitting the grant before the first year is over.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
From idea to completion.
Yes.
Is it scary for the first time if you're trying to do this? I'm a new faculty member. I want to get into this. I know this is where I need to be. I'm on the tenure track. I want to make this happen. I mean, is a lot of this sort of a coaching job?
It is. Yeah, at the beginning it is, but about halfway through they get really excited. So it's great to see them grow throughout the program.
So we had a colleague of yours and mine, Dr. Ben Stickle from Criminal Justice Administration, talking about all of the work that he's done through grants, an impressive total of $14 million. And he said something that I'd never really processed before, that $14 million sounds big, and it is. But that's not just money coming to the MTSU, it's flowing through us to help others. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I don't think everybody quite grasps that.
The university has a lot of grants that we work with the community partners and different institutions across the state. So really what we're doing is making a difference not just here, but throughout the state.
And we're taking that expertise of the faculty, this resource of a state university, and using that collective brain power through this process to figure out how to make the place a better place to live, right? And make things work better, right?
Yes, that is why a lot of the faculty do what they do. They really want to make things better.
So how do I get engaged in this process? Where do I begin? Do I just call you up and say, hey, I want to get started? I mean, how do you find your customers, I guess is
we try to go out anytime that we can to get a hold of them. They reach out to us. We have specialists for each college. It's listed on our website, and you can definitely reach out to them. They always like the help from the beginning of the process all the way through.
So this is kind of a segue into the grant services you provide to faculty. I mean, I think that's one of them, right? Talk through the other things.
Yeah. We do trainings. In addition to that training, we also offer trainings from the different agencies when they come in. We have other faculty that will provide trainings, and anybody that wants a training can request it, so we put those on. And you know, we do the proposal development and the award management afterwards.
And all of this, of course, is a provided service of the university. In other words, as a faculty member, this is something you're doing to make me better and more effective in my world, right?
Yes, we are definitely a service arm of the university. We want the faculty to come and meet with us.
And then the University Council for Sponsored Scholarship. I was talking about Ben. You told me he was a chairman. Did not know that. Talk to me about what that provides.
The UCSS is a group of 21 faculty across campus, and they're actually representative of the researchers on campus. So you can always go to your faculty member that's a member of this committee. You can find them on the ORSP website, and they can help you also find the services that are offered.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So there's, I guess if there's a common thread in everything I've heard you offer through the office is that you're really a learning and mentoring resource, right? You're helping me do my job better.
Yes.
And obviously you've got to have some success stories that you're really proud of. Is there one project you can recall? You think, gosh, you know, your time, because it's first year, right?
It is first year.
First year for you. So did you have something in that first year when, man, this is why I love my job?
The grant enhancement program is actually the highlight of the first year because there are so many new faculty and they have all submitted new grants.
Wow.
Yeah.
All of them? How many were in the program?
There was a little under 40.
That's terrific.
Yeah.
One of the things President McPhee is very proud of is that he talks about how undergraduate students at MTSU can actually find themselves through their faculty mentorship, be a part of research that's ongoing. In other words, not just saving that just for the graduate students. More research means more opportunities, right?
Yes, definitely.
And is that one of the things that you try to coach and encourage through this process?
Yes, we try to get a lot of faculty to be mentors. We have mentors in the GEP process. We opened up a brunch to the community to come in so that we could match people up. We also brought in some nonprofits in that group. So we're just trying to do outreach and to grow research, not only at MTSU, but across the community.
Rachel, where do we go to find out more information about your office on the web?
www.mtsu.edu/research.
Well, that's easy. mtsu.edu/research.
Yes.
All right. Rachel McGinnis, the director of the Office of Research and Sponsored Programs. Heck of a first year. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Thanks for all you do.
Oh, thank you.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University. And students come here to become stars, no matter what they pursue. We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it gets too hard to do.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge. And our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Graduate MT is an effort by our university college and it has helped hundreds of former students cross that finish line and earn their degrees. In many instances, the people called by Graduate MT are unaware how close and how possible graduation may be for them. Betty Ronaldo heads this effort and joins us to discuss. Betty, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Your first time on the Out of the Blue.
It is.
And we're going to talk about a great program, Graduate MT.
The best program.
I would agree in many, many ways. It's hard to pick amongst your programs because everybody's fabulous in their own way, but I have seen personally the good works that your program has done. But let's back up a little bit. Tell everybody what Graduate MT is.
Graduate MT is a program that we have in University College. And really what it is recruiting our prior MTSU students, our adult students, to come back and finish their degrees. It started out in 2015 as a call to action from our governor of Tennessee at that time, and it was part of an initiative called Drive to 55. They wanted to have 55% of the state population of Tennessee graduated by 2025. So it started from those roots, and we kind of grew it from there and made it our own at MTSU.
And I really want to give everybody kind of a sense of the joy you bring in this program. And I want to start with a story back from 2016. You were just starting into this role. It was right. It was Governor Haslam's administration where he was really pushing that aspect of getting more degree holders at the university. And we responded by taking a look at all of our former students that had some credit hours, maybe a lot of credit hours, but had not crossed that line. And you and your team had done this fabulous job looking at those who had more hours, had enough hours to graduate, but they just hadn't graduated. And you just went through and kind of diagnosed. And there was this phone call that you or your team, when we were in there with President McPhee, we placed to this woman who hadn't been at the university for a decade plus, and you go, hey, I'm with Graduate MT. You need to know that if you change your major to, at that time, liberal studies, now it's integrated studies, you've already graduated from this university and you can walk on the graduation line in 5 days. And she just started to cry.
Yes, she did. It was a very beautiful moment for us. It's why we do the work that we do. And at that time, liberal studies was the answer to graduation for a lot of people. So for Graduate MT, we look at different criteria. One of those is being the amount of hours, obviously, 120. And all she had to do was fill out her intent to graduate form. And she was in disbelief. She wanted to know, what else do I have to do? You know, is this a joke? Are you kidding?
Yeah,
and,
do I have to write you a check?
And she did walk across the stage in 5 days. We got her over and got her cap and gown and all of that. But in 2016, when we did that particular campaign, we graduated 18 students in that week that we called. So it's very rewarding work.
It's great work. So we're a pioneer in adult degree completion. I'm very proud of that. We have a large population of adult learners, and they come to us because the adult degree completion program has really made it easy for them to connect with the university and get this done while they're accomplishing full-time jobs or whatever family obligations. So that's a tool you've got for those that maybe they haven't crossed that line but have a little work to do, right?
Right. Typically for my students, the ones that we classify as Graduate MT, they will have been a prior MTSU student. They've got 90 hours plus, usually a 2.0 GPA. Those are the students that are really close and may have stopped out for a variety of reasons. In short, life happens, and it happens to a lot of people when they're going to college. So my job is to look at those students and see what the best path and the shortest path oftentimes to graduation could be. So I'll reach out to those students and work with them and try to get them across that finish line.
And one of those things they may not be aware of is prior learning assessment, PLA.
Correct.
And tell us about that.
Prior learning assessment is part of our adult degree completion program, and a lot of times students will have worked in the workforce for a long time. They could hold some certifications, they could have been time on the job for a long time, different things that they do, but we look at that, walk them through a class that creates a portfolio for that learning that they've learned outside the classroom, and we can give them credit for that life experience. A lot of people have used that to graduate, myself included. Years on the job is a big thing, and I encourage anybody who hears about that, is curious about that, call us and ask questions. We're happy to talk about that. You do prove the learning that you've had outside the classroom. And a lot of times people are like, wow, I didn't know that I could use that in that way.
Right.
And so it's great.
I didn't realize this job had project management and budgeting
Right.
and administration.
Right.
So a lot of times through the PLA process, you realize, you thought you learned one thing, but you were really learning 5 things.
Exactly.
And that's really
Exactly.
cool. So, all right, well, I want to make sure we put out for people, how do I get in touch with you if I think, hey, I'm one of those former MTSU students with some hours and I want to get my degree, where do I go first?
Yeah, you actually can do it a couple of ways. You can go to mtsu.edu/ADCP, and we do have a Graduate MT tab on the site. So to date, we have graduated 1,272 students through this program.
1,272 lives you've changed through this program, and they have degrees from their institution. That's great. Betty Renato with Graduate MT, thank you so much for all you're doing for our campus and the people we serve.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars no matter what they pursue. We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check 1 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking BIG, VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it gets too hard to do.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Our College of Media and Entertainment is teaching and learning about artificial intelligence and its impact on the creative industries. Helping lead that conversation and joining us for this program is Associate Professor Todd O'Neill in our Department of Media Arts. Todd, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate
Your
it.
first time on Out of the Blue. We're glad to have you here. So let's tell our audience what you do in the College of Media and Entertainment.
Sure. So I'm the coordinator for the interactive media program, and what we cover is online communications, so web and social and video and that kind of thing, but also emerging technology. So we're always looking at what's the next thing that's coming. What I very often tell people is whatever happens today, we teach tomorrow, and sometimes whatever happens this morning, we teach that in the afternoon, because things are happening so quickly. How do you keep up? And our students need to be able to keep up and understand how to keep up once they get out in the world. So
I know we could spend an hour plus trying to define exactly what AI is, but give our audience just a short, what are the ups, what are the downs, and what keeps you up at night?
Sure. So one thing many people don't think about is that we've been using AI for 20 or 30 years. If you've ever made an airplane reservation, that's AI. The big difference right now is that we have an interface that we can just put words in and something happens. That's the big thing that happened. You think about the web development, that was sort of like a mild ski slope growth, right? So sort of like that. AI is like just a vertical rocket. It's just going straight up. And our students here at MTSU, they need to know. It's been happening for 10 or 15 years. When they get hired as an employee or if they work as a freelancer or something, the person that hired them looks to them to know the technology, know what the latest stuff is. They look at them and say, you're young, you must know this, do this for me. Well, our students need to know. They can't like try to figure it out. So we need to figure out how do we integrate that into the curriculum and make it happen.
New can be scary. And this is a technology that is basically changing a lot of paradigms and how we approach things.
Absolutely.
And usually there's two ways you can approach change. You can try to deny it. You can say, hey, listen, we ain't gonna have any part of this. That's just not who we are and what we do. But if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, and what our responsibility is to our students, we need to understand that this is not a technology that's suddenly going to regress and go back into the box. It is out, and we've got to learn how to work with it, right?
Right. Yeah, it's this this genie is absolutely out of the bottle, never going back.
Right.
never going back. We're just at a spot now where we have to understand, exactly, what does it do? How does it do it? And how can I learn more about it? How can I use it for whatever I'm doing? We're in our colleges in the creative industries, right? All of our students are learning how to be content creators. So how can you use it to create content that isn't doing things like violating someone else's intellectual property or copyright, or that other people don't violate your personal copyright or intellectual property because they've used your information to train the model that makes the generative AI work.
How do you teach students how to ethically and morally and properly approach this technology? Because the tool is changing. In a month it'll be different than the tool is now. A year from now it'll be vastly different. So what's the core you're trying to give me as a student to understand how to deal with this?
First, just in a very high level way, like how does it work, right? Like what makes this thing work? And what makes it work is all the data content that comes in, and humans look at all that content and tag it and decide what it is. So there's humans, particularly in the global South, that's all they do. They make a lot of great money for their area, but that's what they do. They tag, oh yeah, that's a grape. Oh, that's a whatever. And so students need to understand the process that it takes to actually make it. So they have some frame of reference, right? Some foundation. And then they need to start thinking about, okay, what could I do with this that would be ethical, that isn't going to so impinge on someone else's intellectual property that that I essentially feel guilty about. Would I be stealing from somebody if I did that? How does that work? In my class and in many other classes, I have integrated AI assignments into project assignments.
Rather than avoiding it, saying, I don't want my students near that because I'm concerned about plagiarism or not their work.
So in my classes, they have to use in their projects at least one AI element. They have to tell me what it is. They have to tell me what tool they use to create it. They have to give me the list of prompts. Those are essentially the written instructions for how you create all of the prompts, whatever you use to create it and modify it. They have to, point out what the output was, and then they have to explain why did you use AI, rather than something that might be more conventional or traditional, right? So let's say it's a piece of music for a podcast, right? Well, all right, let AI create it, fine. All right, so now tell me, is that better or worse than going to a library, a stock library, and taking a stock piece of music? What do you think about that, right? So that's getting to use the tool, really start thinking, using that critical thinking that we're all about trying to get to them, and then reflecting on, what did they do? How do I feel about it? How did it work for me? And hopefully they'll walk away from that with a better perspective on what is the tool, how's it being used.
Todd O'Neill of the College of Media and Entertainment.
Thank you.
In some pretty amazing stuff over there in the Bragg building.
It's crazy. It's a rough ride.
Well, appreciate everything you do, Todd.
Thank you.
Great to have you on the show.
Appreciate it.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find content about the university 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can find additional information and special features on our social media platforms, X, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Facebook. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
I'm Julie Scardina here at SeaWorld San Diego. Are you ready to get up close and personal glimpses into incredible rescue attempts? A behind-the-scenes look at phenomenal rehabilitation efforts and witness spectacular animal releases? Well, you've come to the right place because SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have been leading the way in animal rescue for a very long time. You know, the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks have been committed to wildlife preservation for over 40 years. No other organization has rescued, rehabilitated, and released more animals. SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have rescued 11,000 animals since 1965. And SeaWorld, in the past 5 years alone, has helped more than 3,000 animals, including seals, sea lions, dolphins, whales, sea turtles, and even seabirds. 24/7, 365 days a year, SeaWorld's animal rescue and rehabilitation teams respond to calls for animals in distress, then to be assisted by an expert group of dedicated veterinarians, animal care specialists, and marine biologists. But the Anheuser-Busch commitment reaches far beyond the rescue of a single animal. From Antarctica to the Arctic, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are working to save some of the planet's most endangered species and habitats. I'll be back shortly to give you an even closer look at which specific species of animals are being helped. In the meantime, let me introduce you to my colleague, Chuck Carreau, as he takes you on some amazing animal rescues. Chuck?
Thanks, Julie. You know, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens have performed some truly amazing rescues. But did you ever stop to wonder why these rescues have to take place at all? Well, sometimes stuff just happens. And of course, you can't control a natural disaster like an earthquake or a hurricane. Other times, events are triggered by humans. In June of 2000, off the coast of Cape Town, South Africa, a sunken freighter caused an oil slick that resulted in the worst bird disaster in history. A worldwide call to action went out, and SeaWorld, along with many others, immediately answered. Just like this little guy here is getting a good chance at surviving, an entire colony of South African penguins and their chicks got a second chance, thanks to a lot of caring hands.
It comes as a surprise to many people to hear that South Africa is home to penguins. These seabirds are a permanent fixture along the southern coast. However, June 23, 2000 marked a fateful day for the penguins when the bulk carrier ship, the Treasure, sank off the coast of Cape Town. About 400 tons of oil spilled from the ship and began washing onto Robben Island, home to nearly 20,000 African penguins. Soon after, shifting weather patterns pushed oil towards Dasson Island, where 56,000 African penguin adults and chicks live. With worldwide numbers totaling only 150,000 birds, this spill threatened almost half of the entire African penguin population. Jay Holcomb, Director of International Bird Rescue and Research Center and on-site manager of the International Fund for Animal Welfare, intimately knows what it takes to pull off a rescue attempt of this magnitude. He discusses what zoological parks and staff bring to a rescue such as this.
To manage this many birds takes a lot of supervision. The volunteers are wonderful. They come in hordes. We have 700, 800, 900 a day to come in, but they all have to be supervised. So what we've done is brought in people from zoos, aquariums, wildlife rehabilitation facilities from around the world that we put under our management system that we've created, and they help us manage the volunteers.
These guys just... With a rescue that totaled over 23,000 oiled birds, people from around the world pulled together to save the penguins. The South African military and thousands of volunteers with varied backgrounds, education, and experience offered whatever time and service could be utilized. With numbers totaling over 40,000 volunteers, the Red Cross set up its own rescue center within a rescue center just to tend to the humans. Once the penguins arrived at the Sand Cobb Salt River facility, people were propelled into action. Dry pools were set up to keep the frightened penguins contained. As quickly as possible, the penguins were fed and hydrated. SeaWorld aviculturist Alex Ware headed up this part of the rescue process.
Right now we're doing a mixture of force feeding, offered hand feeding for the ones that are starting to get an idea of how to do it, and my team is currently going through and tube feeding some electrolytes to keep the birds going because dehydration is becoming a big issue. Some of these people are whatever it takes, you know. I mean, they're shoveling dirt, they're scrubbing buckets, You know, everyone wants to help out in any way possible, and after a few days, you know, you try to find something that's a little less physical, because these little penguins, they're extremely strong animals, and even skilled handlers like myself, I'm sporting wounds and scratches and beauty marks, and I'm a careful penguin handler, and it's happening to me, so, but they keep coming back, and it's amazing.
As quickly as possible after the penguins arrived, they were sent for a washing. Unfortunately, this is a very slow and tedious process, requiring a minimum of 2 people for each bird and almost an hour of time. Then the birds were rinsed and dried, but not yet ready to be returned to the wild for 2 primary reasons. It takes 4 or 5 days for the penguins to regain their natural oils after washing, and the spill was still a danger zone. So the Sand Cobb facility became a holding facility as well, and the penguins required special care. They needed crushed shell to keep their feet clean, food, and of course, water. What a difference in energy once these birds could swim. And what an amazing transformation to turn an empty railroad warehouse into a penguin rehab center of this magnitude.
When the spill first happened, they must have known that this was going to entitle so many penguins, and they knew what kind of space requirements they were going to have, because I walked in, I was like, why do they have that huge factory for these birds? And now we're just filling it up. Every day we're needing another room, and to be able to keep it all central right here in one area rather than satellite rehab stations, everyone doing their own thing. It's a good thing for the animals, and it makes it very easy to coordinate the volunteers.
Another unfortunate detail in this oil spill was the timing. It occurred in the middle of chick rearing season, and both mom and dad take part in raising their young. Parents were swimming through the slick in search of food, returning to the islands oiled, which would eventually make them unable to swim. They were also regurgitating oil to their chicks. Until SeaWorld aviculturist Lauren Dubois and Baltimore Zoo colleague Steve Sorrow arrived in South Africa, it was too much time and effort to focus on saving the younger birds.
Basically what we're trying to do here is most of these birds have just come off the nest, and we're trying to get them to eat. What we're doing is once a day we're coming in and we're doing a force feeding, which is basically picking the bird up, making sure he gets 2 to 3 fish, and then in the afternoon we'll come in and we'll sit in the pens as the birds are getting used to us and try and offer them fish and give them sort of a hand feeding or free feeding. Once they eat on their own and we know that they have a good weight, then we'll go ahead and look at a time when we can release them.
Over 500 chicks were eventually returned to Dassin and Robben Islands, prepared to grow into vital adult penguins, helping to preserve their species. Upon her return, Lauren put it all into perspective.
My experience in South Africa pretty much changed the way that I take care of animals and anytime I see animals. It was a very stressful situation coming into seeing many animals that had been injured by a man-made disaster, and being able to help take care of those animals and see those animals released and be healthy animals was a tremendous feeling of satisfaction to know that something that I did helped these animals to go back into the wild.
Lauren is an integral part of SeaWorld's new Oiled Wildlife Care Center, which opened its doors in July 2000.
The Oiled Wildlife Care Center is set up to do everything for an animal during an oil spill, and that includes the intake procedures, evaluating the animal, washing the animal, whether it's a mammal or a bird, and also care for the animals and support before the animal would be able to be released.
23,000 oiled birds made the South African oil spill the worst bird disaster in history. But with the dedication and skillful help of so many people from around the world, the worst bird disaster in history ended up to be the most successful rescue attempt to date. Of course, a rescue is always about the animals, but somewhere along the line, it can't help but be about the people as well.
California sea lions like these are abundant off the U.S. West Coast. That's not the case for another pinniped, the very endangered Hawaiian monk seal. Recently, an unusual form of blindness swept through Hawaiian monk seal colonies, putting their already dwindling population in even further jeopardy. SeaWorld San Antonio helped rescue several of these blind seals in an attempt to not only save these few, but learn more about this pinniped in hopes of understanding ways to protect their entire species in the future. It's an amazing thing.
The Florida manatee has a legendary history dating way back before Christopher Columbus. Now, often the source of mistaken identity, this gentle giant has been called everything from a monster to a goddess. Well, whatever label you choose, there's one manatee that can be called just plain lucky. Now, don't mistake him for a reindeer or for a meteor. This is the story of Comet, the Florida manatee that ventured back to Florida by way of Ohio. Ohio.
Slow and gentle, manatees capture the hearts of all that see them. However, seeing them can be somewhat difficult as they come to the surface to breathe. And it's their slowness that may actually increase their chances of being injured by boat collisions, one of several factors that threaten this endangered species today. Manatees and their relatives are found in oceans, bays, and rivers all over the world, although we're looking specifically at the West Indian manatee, which is found throughout the Caribbean and Florida. Manatees are mammals that are completely vegetarian, eating primarily seagrass. But don't let that fool you. They can weigh up to 3,000 pounds. Unless they are mother and calf, manatees typically live a solitary life, although in winter they may migrate with groups in search of warmer waters. The story of Comet starts in January of 1998 in Fernandina Beach, Florida, where he was found with his mother, who had been hit by a boat. SeaWorld's animal rescue team responded to the distress call to find a very injured mother and her year-and-a-half-old calf who was still nursing. The mother, named Mercury, sustained many large wounds on her right side, and SeaWorld vets discovered that she had several broken ribs that were causing a severe infection. Working with veterinarians from the University of Florida, the infected, fractured ribs were removed. Although Mercury began to eat following surgery, her wounds were too severe and she succumbed to them shortly after. The focus then shifted to doing everything possible to save her nursing baby, now known as Comet. Comet received around-the-clock attention and thrived under SeaWorld's care. Fortunately, he was old enough to begin eating on his own, and when he became strong enough, was introduced to other manatees in the rehabilitation area. Then, in June of 1999, Comet was doing well enough that he was one of several manatees transported to the Columbus Zoo's new manatee habitat. How about that? Manatees in Ohio. Doug Wormeltz, Assistant Director of Living Collections at the Columbus Zoo, explains why this is important.
It's important for people in Columbus and Central Ohio in the Midwest to know about manatees. We use Florida as a vacation spot, and our lifestyles directly impact the survival of these animals, and we need to learn to be responsible, make a choice, and learn how to live with wildlife.
After more than a year of helping to educate guests in Ohio, it was time for Comet to come home. In a collaborative effort between SeaWorld, the Columbus Zoo, and government agencies, a transport and release strategy was designed and executed. Upon his return to SeaWorld Orlando, Comet was prepared for release into the St. Johns River, along with another rescued manatee named Corey.
Comet was released with Corey, a younger animal, today, so hopefully they'll stay together for a while. They're going to encounter the wild manatees that are in the spring, so Comet will probably learn where the food sources are and learn to move back and forth between the river and the spring, but eventually he'll probably go on his own.
SeaWorld Orlando is one of several manatee rescue and rehabilitation facilities in the state of Florida. Equipped with trucks, gear, and staff, they are ready to roll immediately to the scene of a manatee emergency and are set up to treat the animals on site and upon their return to the park. Manatees, the last generation, serves as a home to animals unable to be released and, like the Columbus Zoo exhibit, helps educate visitors about the plight of the manatees.
Every 10 to 15 minutes they go up for air. Manatees
Manatee's endangered because of all the boat accidents and red tide and their curiosity.
It may seem like a lot to go through to save one animal, but today, a manatee named Comet swims free, slow and gentle, and brings the overall numbers of this endangered species up by 1. SeaWorld thinks that alone is worth it.
There's almost no problem that can't be solved with good old-fashioned ingenuity. Just ask SeaWorld of Florida. When an injured manatee needed help floating, a specially designed wetsuit came to the rescue. And when a baby manatee needed to nurse, but the mother was unable, SeaWorld developed a manatee milk formula to nourish the calf. It's an amazing thing.
Attaboy. You know, some healthy marine mammals like sea lions, seals, and walruses naturally haul out onto land at times. Now, they might do this to mate, bear their young, or simply to rest. But, you know, sometimes animals haul out because they're ill or injured. In this case, an animal is considered stranded. That means it's helpless and unable to survive under the present conditions. Animals become stranded, well, for many reasons, ranging from disease, toxins, injuries, parasites, entanglement, oil spills, and believe it or not, weather events such as El Nino. Although the cause of El Nino remains a mystery, it's an ocean event that has far-reaching effects. It might increase rainfall across the southern U.S. while causing horrible flooding in Peru and severe drought in the West Pacific, which might cause devastating brush fires in Australia. Meaning the little boy, or Christ child in Spanish, El Nino got its name since it often arrives around Christmas. During an El Nino, there's a change in normal trade wind strength in the central and western Pacific, which impacts surface water temperatures off the coast of South America. As water temperatures rise, the warmer waters aren't as nutrient-rich as the normal colder waters, and this starts an adverse reaction that moves all the way up the food chain. A lack of nutrients causes some vital plants and animals to die, while others can't survive and thrive in warmer waters, forcing animals that depend on them for their own survival to starve. It might also force animals, fish, and birds to migrate to other areas in an attempt to survive. This often results in animals stranding or ending up in areas not common to their species. And this results in an increase in rescues during an El Nino. SeaWorld San Diego's Assistant Curator of Animals, Keith Yip, explains.
During the El Nino event, we rescued over 350 animals. So far this year, for instance, we've only rescued 35 animals. I'd say the average is about 75 to 80 animals every year, and sometimes around 100, but 350 is an excessive number of animals.
What if you find an animal that appears stranded or abandoned? Observation is the first step. Often, in the case of a youngster, the mother may be off hunting, so unless the animal is in distress, you should simply watch it for a period of time. If the animal does require intervention, contact your local wildlife rescue and rehab agency. Often, humans think they're doing the right thing by intervening. However, these decisions are best left up to the experts that are trained and equipped to deal with these crisis situations. Many things can impact animals and their welfare, including weather. Sometimes nature needs to take its course. Other times, a helping hand, or lots of helping hands working together, is just what the doctor ordered.
SeaWorld California is the first and only zoological park in the world to successfully breed emperor penguins outside of Antarctica. Researchers at Hub SeaWorld Research Institute in California work best in noisy conditions. They studied penguin vocalizations in both Antarctica and at SeaWorld to determine, of all things, gender. Prior to the studies, only the penguins knew who the boys and girls were. Now, we do too. It's an amazing thing.
Sometimes things happen in nature for reasons no one understands, and human intervention becomes a crucial factor in the survival of an animal. This is the story of Callie, the giraffe, that with the help of Busch Gardens caretakers, veterinarians, and designers, stood just a little bit taller and a whole lot steadier on her feet.
There's no question that Busch Gardens Tampa is a fun and exciting theme park. But did you know that what looks like a cool place to see animals is serving a major worldwide function? Several animals housed at Busch Gardens and SeaWorld are actually part of breeding programs, which help ensure the overall survival of threatened and endangered species. Every day, guests at the park can get a glimpse of the newest additions to the Busch Gardens family by stopping by the nursery. Not all animals in the nursery are endangered or threatened. Sometimes, for various reasons found in nature, the mother is unable or unwilling to care for her offspring, or the baby may be sick or need special care. This was the case with Callie the giraffe. Callie, a reticulated giraffe, was born prematurely at Busch Gardens Tampa. Normally, giraffes can get up and walk on their own within minutes after birth. Callie, however, was just too weak to support herself. Weighing just 75 pounds at birth, she needed round-the-clock nursing care for the first 5 days. She was then able to stand up, but her forelegs needed support. Busch Gardens veterinarian, Dr. Noah Abumadi, determined that Callie's legs could be supported with braces, which would allow her to walk and strengthen her weak legs and joints. Shriners Hospital for Crippled Children was called to assist in the evaluation and design of the braces. A little extra support was just what Callie needed to boost her confidence. With her newfound stability, she was able to be walked and exercised, growing more sturdy as each day passed. Eventually, she was strong enough to walk and run on her own, where she joined the other Busch Gardens giraffes on the open veldt. Not only are breeding programs important as a way of increasing population numbers of a species, but also genetic diversity. SeaWorld aviculturist Rob Yorty explains.
When you're actually thinking about possibly releasing an animal, you don't want any latent genetic problems in their traits that could come out when the animal's actually released out in the wild and reproduces. So by this way of having a very large number of animals, we can keep track of all their genetics and make sure we don't have any weaker individuals, so to speak, that may be part of a reintroduction program.
Zoological parks provide fun and entertainment, no doubt. But look below the surface and you'll discover dedicated people devoted to conserving and preserving animal welfare, diversity, and population. Global concern on a local level.
Like Magellanic penguins, the Lear's macaw is also from South America. One difference is the Lear's macaw is in extreme peril as more and more of its habitat is being harmed. Busch Gardens supports efforts to protect this beautiful bird and its food source and has sent researchers to study its behavioral patterns and monitor nest sites in order to gain insight into how the Lear's macaw can survive. In addition, Busch Gardens is the only zoological park in the world to have successfully bred the Lear's macaw. It's an amazing thing.
Rescuing a marine mammal like a seal or a sea lion is hard work. But can you imagine what it's like rescuing an animal the size of a gray whale? Well, size is only one thing that makes this next story the most amazing animal rescue of all.
It was a fateful day in January 1997 when an abandoned gray whale beached herself near Marina del Rey, California. The whale was only a few days old when she was rescued and brought to SeaWorld San Diego. Only 14 feet long and 1,500 pounds, the little whale was found to be dehydrated and almost comatose. She was so weak that animal care team members had to hold her upright in the water and swim her around the medical pool. The outlook was not good. Dr. Jim McBain gave the grim findings.
Well, the animal is in pretty weak condition. It's dehydrated, it's very short on energy resources, energy supplies, it's very thin. The prognosis for full recovery is no better than poor at this point.
But with the dedication of the SeaWorld staff giving round-the-clock care, the little whale known as JJ overcame the odds. JJ was put on a specially formulated diet made up of a mixture of heavy cream, minced fish, and vitamins. She was hand-fed the formula at first and gained weight at an astounding rate. Eventually, JJ was introduced to solid food and was eating on her own. JJ thrived at SeaWorld, and as she grew, so did her pool. She became the center of attention as people from around the world followed her progress and visited her in San Diego. It gave so many the opportunity to get their first real-life look at a gray whale. There's much yet to be learned about gray whales, their patterns and habits. JJ gave us the opportunity to learn a tremendous amount about gray whales, their needs and requirements. As JJ grew, it was discovered that her vocalizations didn't show the wide range of sounds gray whales normally make. It's known that these vocalizations play a very important communication and navigation role in the wild. With the help of audio technology, researchers piped different whale vocalizations into her pool as she was feeding. They hoped that when JJ was released back into the sea, she would recognize these calls and sounds and follow them to other gray whales. After 13 months of constant care, literally tons of food, and lots of love, it was time for JJ to be released. She was well over a year old, weighed 17,000 pounds, and measured almost 31 feet in length. It was no small task to design the equipment, gear, and strategy to transport JJ to the sea. On March 31st, 1998, in a bittersweet mixture of laughter and tears, JJ was released. After only a few days, she scraped off her tracking devices, so there was no way to follow her. She was released as the gray whales were making their way north to the colder Arctic waters. Hopefully, after learning their sounds, being taught to eat, and thriving so well at the park, she connected with the other whales and has been making the annual migration with them ever since. The story of JJ is truly one of the most incredible rescue and rehab stories in which SeaWorld and the world has been involved. The story of a little whale that taught us more than we could imagine, that taught us to believe in miracles. The story of a little whale that will leave her footprint on our hearts forever.
We've seen that things can happen at the hands of humans that may affect wildlife, like boating accidents with manatees and oil spills. We also know that some things are beyond our control, like weather events such as El Nino, and we understand that sometimes, well, nature just has a mind of her own, as seen with the stranding of animals like sea lions or whales. But even though we may not always be a part of the problem, we can be a part of the solution. On behalf of Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks, this is Chuck Carreau thanking you for joining me in some of the world's most amazing animal rescues.
I hope you enjoyed your journey. And rest assured, as long as there are animals that need help, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are committed to playing their part in rescue, rehabilitation, and release.
Good evening and welcome to the LaVergne Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is June the 17th, 2024. We do have a quorum and I call this meeting to order. First things first, we need to approve the minutes from the last meeting. If I could get a motion and a second.
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion to approve from Ms. Davidson and a second from Mr. Chuck. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. All right, our first order of business is that Miss Jody has resigned. She has moved on to bigger and better things, and we want to thank her for her service with the Parks and Rec meeting. But being she was the vice chair, we need a new vice chairman. So I will take a motion from anyone that would like to make that motion.
I make a motion that we Chuck Isabel. I second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Miss Felicia for Chuck Isabel and a second from Miss Davison. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Congratulations, Chuck.
Well, Dennis is not here, so
You'll oh my God.
Oh, Lord help us.
All right, well, I'll call this meeting adjourned. Chuck, you'll be able to get over here and sit next to me next time, and you'll have to move away, sir.
Giles is getting demoted.
Let you know.
All good.
It's all good. All right, so we'll get into our meeting. Our first thing is we're going to be talking about the upcoming July the 4th, and I guess that is a Miss Kathy thing.
Yep. So Independence Day celebration is on July 4th. Gates open at 5:30. Zone status will be on the football field starting at 6 p.m. We've got food trucks, spider jump, and the inflatable obstacle course will be on field 1. And the fireworks will start around 8:45-ish. So.
Is everything pretty much the same as it was last month, Kathy, or has there been anything added to it?
It's pretty much the same. 4th of July is standing room only, so it's pretty much the same schedule of events. So.
And David, just to remind everybody that might be watching at home, I can't remember, are fireworks allowed in the park?
They are not. No personal fireworks are allowed in the park, including sparklers.
Including sparklers. So folks, if you're watching at home, please, because it's my understanding that the LPD is going to be out in full force enforcing this, so please do not set off fireworks in the park. You're actually not even supposed to set them off on any kind of city property, period. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right. Any questions? All right. We'll move on to the next one. I'm always interested to hear about this one. That's Howl at the Moon.
All right. Howl at the Moon is Friday, August 16th this year. Right now, early registration is $30 up until August 2nd. Goes up to $35 from the August 2nd to the 15th, and it'll be $40 the day of the race. We do in-person registrations the day of the race. Check-in is at 6:30 at Pavilion B at the back of the park. Lineup is at 7:30, and the race starts at 8 p.m. And the race goes from Veterans Park to City Hall Complex and back down Murfreesboro Road to the park.
How many have we had sign up?
Right now I have 12.
Okay.
So, yeah, it usually, right before the deadline of the early registration is when we get the bulk of the registrations.
Yeah, I need to sign up. I haven't.
Yeah, so last year we had 180, so we're hoping to beat that number this year.
That's when they all pile in and people start talking about why is Murfreesboro Road closed, and, you know.
You don't have to close it. That make it more challenging.
Yeah.
Run a little faster.
What was that game? Frogger. Yeah. Frogger. Okay, any questions?
Has the link been released?
It is. We've already shared it on Facebook. The link is online. Registrations are open. We have an online payment option right now on the website. And then we've shared it at several different racing groups here in Middle Tennessee as well.
Yeah.
Excellent. Any questions? All right, the next one will be the carnival that I know Miss Kathy has got all kinds of information.
Well, Carnival is August 29th, 30th, and 31st this year. It's back in the front parking lot at Veterans Park. Times would be 6 to 10 on Thursday and Friday, and noon to 10 on Saturday. They have not given me a specific on the price of the armbands yet, but they are good for the 4-hour sessions, which would be 1 to 5 and 6 to 10. I just don't know exactly how much they're going to be yet.
You gonna do the parking out there by the skate park in the grass?
Weather permitting, yes, sir.
Weather,
If not,
yeah,
we'll
good question.
Utilize that back parking lot, back by Pavilion B in the football field.
If it happens to rain a lot, will you try to push people in back behind the football fields and
Yes,
all
sir.
that?
Yeah, we will. That's the only thing about holding an outside event. If we get any rain, we use that field up there for parking. That kind of hurts us a little bit, but we've been on a roll here lately, so we're going to have good weather for that.
Might be our year.
100%.
So we need good weather for that, because if it rains, they may shut it down.
Any questions? And here it is. I knew she would get it on here sooner or later. Fall Festival.
Yep, Fall Festival this year. The kickoff to the Fall Festival is Friday, September 13th. This year we are going to do a cruise in, so we're going to have a car show with a band. The Road West Band will be performing Friday night at the car show. We're going to have the band, we're going to have the stage in the front parking lot this year. So we'll do door prizes, placement trophies, Friday night, and then September 14th, that Saturday will be the festival. Starts off with the parade at 10. We've got Hobo Road and Phoenix Rising scheduled to perform at the festival on Saturday. We've got the petting zoos coming back, animal show, family activities. We've got a few things already scheduled for that event. So we've got vendors already registered as well.
And if we could get David to stay away on that day so we could have good weather?
Oh, no, that's going to happen. We're in there.
I spoke with Amy from Phoenix Rising last weekend, and she's super excited about coming and playing. She's got some new stuff coming up. So as it gets a little closer next month, the month after, we'll be really getting it out there, and hopefully, I mean, let's face it, Mother Nature, we need her on her meds. You know, that's about all I can say about it. And car shows are always fun. People seem to really like those.
Is there going to be an entry fee for that?
There is not an entry fee. It's just going to be a cruise in. There will be a registration because we are doing the raffles and the placements. But we've talked to 2 different car show organizations that are going to help us promote that. So we'll hopefully have a really good turnout for that. We'll have live music and food trucks, a couple food trucks Friday night for that as well.
They had a big car show in Lebanon this weekend called the Redneck Rumble. And apparently, that's what it's called. Apparently, that is one huge show. People take their campers, stay all weekend, all that stuff. So that car show business is really something. So it may bring out a different crowd, you know. So it'll be fun. All right. Any questions? I know there will be plenty next month and the month after about Fall Festival. Any questions about it?
No.
All right.
What is the time on Saturday for the parade and the?
Parade starts at 10, and the festival usually will start at 10. The vendors will be ready for foot traffic, and it ends at 3.
And I got your email. I'd have to go back. When is that meeting you're having?
Oh, July 1st.
July 1st?
Right. That's for the city departments that are all involved to meet together to go over
Right.
the logistics of the event.
Okay. I knew I got it. It's just on my other phone. So, any questions about that? All right, well, we'll just start with our brand new spanking Vice Chairman, Mr. Chuck Isabel. Do you have any questions or comments, Mr. Chuck?
No, I'm good.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. It's not Chuck anymore. It's Charles. You have any questions, Charles?
It's mostly what bill collectors call me, but yeah, I'm good.
Okay, Miss Laura?
No, I'm looking forward to the events this year, and everybody keep your fingers crossed for the weather.
God, I know that's right. Mr. Giles?
No questions. Second, Laura. Looking forward to the events. Good weather.
And Miss Felicia?
I hope the weather holds up.
I think we're all
of them.
I know this weather the last couple of days, I feel like every time I walk outdoors, I'm opening up my oven to check on my cornbread.
I think that's going to be the norm this year.
I just want to say, first of all, thanks to Miss Molly over there, keeping us straight, sending us information, emails, and text messages. Also, I want to give a shout out, and now I know that we had different age groups playing this past weekend for the LaVergne All-Stars baseball team. I wish I could say how they all did, but I would be lying. I was happy to see those boys up there. They looked sharp. My opinion, they were one of the sharp, especially in their pinstripes. But I can say that our 5- and 6-year-old team, on Sunday, we won a game, which they worked hard, and they came over, and I told a couple of them, way to go, guys, you guys won, and they looked up at me and they said, we won? I said, yeah. So that's what baseball's all about.
And I do believe that fall ball registration is open on the USL page.
Okay, all right. So our next meeting will be July the 15th. Right here at 6 p.m. in this same boardroom, and I will, that will be after our big July the 4th bonanza, and I know that Kathy will have us a big story to tell us about that and all the great things that happened and went on. So with that, I'll call this meeting adjourned.
All right. Welcome to the LaVergne Library Board meeting of, wrong date, July 8th of 2024. We have a quorum, so I'm going to officially call this meeting to order. First thing up for us to look at are to approve the minutes from the May 13th regular meeting. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to accept as submitted.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Minutes are approved. All right, walking down our agenda, old business, we've got our library board bylaws. So I will open up that discussion.
So we have been working on the bylaws. Really appreciate Ms. Katie Driver and all the hard work that she has done toward our bylaws. Hope that you had an opportunity to look over them. So at this time, I'm just going to open it up for any questions, concerns, or comments that you have about our newest bylaws.
I thought they looked good when I read through them online.
Mm-hmm.
I think every question we've had in the past, for me, every question I had has been answered, and they're clear, they're concise, and they are in our new century. I love it.
It's great. It's using modern language and easy to understand, and I feel like that this is a great set of bylaws, being that our last set was in 1988, I believe. Would we like to make a motion to accept?
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. We have new bylaws.
All right.
Great.
All right.
Thank you to the board and thank you to Katie.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Next up on our agenda, library card replacement charges. I'll turn that over to Ms. Donna.
Okay, so this is under our new business. Currently, we charge $5 per card for replacement. It has been like that since 2002 when the new building was built and going forward. I checked into it, and we approximately had 20 cards that were replaced in 2023. So that was about $100. Cost of the cards, I just bought 2,000 new adult cards, and they're 32 cents each. I would like for us to consider no charge for replacement cards. At this time, several libraries around us no longer charge for replacement cards. And some of the reasons to consider the no charge for replacement cards is the access and equity. You know, public libraries are committed to providing equitable access to information and resources for all of our community. And charging a fee for a replacement card could create a financial barrier for some of our lower income individuals or families who may depend very heavily on our library services. And please stop me at any time if you have any questions or concerns. Another reason is to promote library use. By not charging a fee for replacement cards, we encourage our patrons to continue using their services without additional financial burden. And this helps us maintain and increase community engagement with library resources. Another reason would be customer service. Offering free replacement cards demonstrates goodwill and customer service to our patrons. It helps us build positive relationships between the library and its community members. And another reason, education and lifelong learning goals. We as libraries, we promote lifelong learning and education. By waiving that fee for a replacement card, it supports our goals by ensuring that individuals can consistently access educational materials, digital resources, and community programs without, the financial impediments. So do you have any questions? And I would love to hear your concerns or your thoughts on us not charging for replacement library cards.
Well, from a budgetary standpoint, this is a very minor impact, if any, for the city's budget and the library budget. So for me, I don't see a problem with this. It's what our surrounding communities have already moved to. So
that's what I was wondering, how would that affect the budgeting and whatnot? So
it's $100 is what we made last year with it, and the cost was $3.20. So it's a $97 hit.
I'm all for it.
Okay, excellent. And we have had patrons who have come in to get a replacement card. And of course, we do offer that if they did not want to pay the $5, we could look up their card number for them using their photo ID. And several of them have written down their card number. But it's so wonderful to have that card in your hand. And when you've had a child who has lost their card, and we're saying, I'm sorry, you can't have a card because it costs $5. Do you have $5? We don't say it like that. But, you know, that's the impact. So, thank you. Any other?
Do we need to make a motion to remove that charge?
I'll make a motion to remove the $5 charge for replacement library cards.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you very much. I think this is a step forward.
I love
Very much a
removing that
step
barrier.
forward.
That's a good one. All right, so next on that new business is ID for computer guest passes. So talk to us about this,
Okay.
Ms. Donna.
So these are things that Tammy as my new assistant library director, she has been wonderful. We have sit down to look over our policies and to look over some of the things that we have done just because it's always been done that way. And we're now comparing ourselves to our neighbors like Nashville Public Library, Rutherford County Library System. Not that we have to be like them, but it's good for us all to be very similar. So this is one thing, the ID for computer guest pass. So we currently require a photo ID to receive a guest pass to use a computer. Now, this guest pass can be for someone who doesn't have their library card, and if that's the reason, what we'll do is we'll ask for their ID, we'll look up their library card and give them their number. They don't have to take a guest pass. But if someone who is just moving through, that needs to use the computer for a reason to print off something quickly, we have people come in wanting to print off shipping labels, wanting to print off things for the airport, you know, just very quickly. They may not be back to our library moving through, or they may come back once or twice a year. Then sometimes requiring a photo ID can present several challenges and potential barriers to access. One thing is accessibility. Not everyone has a government-issued photo ID, and this requirement could exclude individuals who are homeless, elderly, or from marginalized communities who may not possess or have access to such identification. Students is one of the reasons. We have students bring in their high school ID. If they don't have their high school ID before, sometimes they couldn't get on if they didn't have a parent or if they didn't have someone in there. That's one reason we started taking pictures, so that if they didn't have their card with them, they didn't have their photo ID with them, we could use a little bit of their information, such as first and last name, address, phone number, look them up, and then we could see the picture. Well, that helped. But by not using an ID for just computer guest passes, it really will help with our students who come in there. Most of them will come on a Friday afternoon or a Saturday afternoon at 3:30 and need to print off a bunch of work for research papers because it's due Monday morning. And if they are not given the access to the computers, there goes their homework, there goes their project. Another reason that we have had people tell us is privacy concerns. Requiring a photo ID raises those privacy issues. Users may be uncomfortable sharing personal information or having their identity documented for simply using a public service like our library computers. When we ask for a photo ID, of course, they give us their license usually, and we do not write down their license number. We write down their name and their zip code. But to them, that's still their personal information. Barriers to service. It adds an additional barrier for people who urgently need to use a computer for job applications, educational purpose, or accessing government services, but lack the required identification. And last, it may discourage usage. So some individuals may avoid using the library computers altogether if they know they will be required to provide a photo ID. This defeats the purpose of making technology and information accessible to all. Now, we currently implement login procedures and time limits to ensure responsible use of the public computers. If you have your library card, you do not have to come up to the reference desk. You do not have to show a photo ID because you've already shown a photo ID when you've received your library card. You can go straight to the computer, type in your library card number, and then your password that you have come up with that we have typed into our system. But once we type it in, it goes away. It's just dots. So we don't keep that information. And then they can get in and do what they need to do. This practice is no longer used in most libraries, including, of course, Nashville Public Library and the Rutherford County Library System. So I would love to hear any concerns or comments about us going away from a photo ID for computer guest pass.
I just have a question. Do you know why it was required in the first place?
Long ago, there was something about we needed to have the name in case they were a criminal, in case they had warrants out against them. Again, this was long ago. And it just stuck. It stuck. Now, if there are ways that we can find out who's been on a computer, or at least track down the card, or at least track down, because we'll still be giving out guest passes. We just will not be writing them down. Mm-hmm. But we will be able to go back and see the guest pass number or the guest pass identification. It's just without linking it to the personal information. We do have the CIPA Act. It's the Children's Internet Protection Act that is on all of our libraries. We do have firewalls so that we are protected from porn sites. Now, sometimes they can still get around to the porn sites, but we can quickly shut that down. There are ways that we can watch out for that. Mm-hmm. Any other concerns? Mayor, are you familiar with the Patriot Act? Mm-hmm. Okay, could you explain that a little bit to them?
I really don't think the Patriot Act comes into task with this, because we're not. The Patriot Act deals a lot with monitoring American citizens, and whether it's financial, whether it's computer use, and that's more Homeland Security. That's not coming into play so much with our library. They're able to monitor that at a much higher level. Right. I personally will say I feel comfortable with this, considering the back-end infrastructure that's in place to prevent improper usage. And so, and we just, we've got to monitor our end to make sure that this isn't being abused in the long run. So correct. That's something that staff would do.
I'd like to second the fact that, as an educator in the schools here, there's a lot of kids, especially at LaVergne Middle School, a lot of kids who are coming in from different countries, parents from different, there are recent arrivals, and for them it might be hard to get that access. They don't have the technology at home, and then they need an ID. So I think this would be a good addition to, or a good thing to remove from it.
And this is something that we can monitor as we go to make sure things are going correctly and that we're not having any uptick in any behaviors, if that makes sense. So I just feel like this will make us a more welcoming library, and one that the patrons who are visiting feel comfortable, and we want that. Another good thing about our system, we're just going to use porn for a second. We have the control system, and that is what controls the time limits, and our firewalls are attached to this. If perhaps I have a parent come by and say, I just walked behind a computer and I see something that I don't think really should be up because of our children, one of us will take a little stroll, and then we can very quickly go over to our computers and send a message. Please take down the site that you are on. It is inappropriate, and it goes against our SEPA Act, our SEPA policy. And more likely than not, they will instantly get out. And that's just one thing that could happen.
Oh, a quick question. What is the current time limit on it? Because I've always brought in my own laptop when I came in to do work, so.
Sure. It's 4 hours.
Oh.
We were able to up that amount when we received 7 more computers. That was several years ago, which was exciting. It used to be 1 hour, way back when. And then it went to 2 hours, and we were excited. And then there were people who were coming in to do job applications or to have to take online tests and, are testing to get a job. And so came to the board, and the board very kindly allowed us to go up to 4 hours. We have not had a waiting list. We have enough computers that we can spread out. We do have a way of creating a waiting list in case we need that. Most people do not stay on 4 hours unless they absolutely have to. And we have one patron that comes in every day, and he's on about 2.5 hours. And he's just happy as a lark, but he knows he has that other time if he needs it. But 4 hours at this point. If you bring in your own laptop, there's no time limit. You just hook on to our Wi-Fi or our MiFi.
Any concerns from legal?
No, I don't have any. This is consistent with what other communities are doing, and this is consistent with state law. So there is no requirement that you check IDs.
Thank you.
Now, with this being just a policy of theirs, do we need to take a vote on that, Katie?
I think that it would be for the best, since we're all here. We have a quorum if we button this up.
Yes.
All right, well, I will entertain a motion to remove the ID requirement for a guest pass.
So moved.
All right, second.
Second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right,
Awesome.
motion carries.
Thank you very much. I feel this is another great step forward for our library. We keep moving forward.
All right, so that is the end of the things that are on our agenda, but you did give us a handout. Do you want to go over those numbers for the public? Or is
Yes,
that
and
just
I think
for our
I
eyes
gave
only?
out all, here it is. This is I put this in last moment. This is the monthly board report that I give to our Board of Mayor and Aldermen, and very excited about our June numbers.
Yes.
Excuse me, one moment.
Sorry, Ms. Dunn, I caught you by surprise, but these were good numbers, so I was like, okay.
No, this
we
is
need
great.
to celebrate.
Great numbers.
So the programs that we had in June were 38, and that includes babies all the way through adults. And I feel like we need a drum roll for this. Our program attendance was 2,014.
That's great. All right.
Excellent attendance. Our library attendance, those coming in our doors, 9,247. Circulation, 6,134. And that was just our printed materials and our DVDs. Our ebooks and our e-audios, 239. I felt very good about that number. New patron cards, 216.
Wow.
I think this is the very top number that we've had since I've been at the library, which off and on has been 18 years. Computer usage, 1,050. So our computer usage is up a little bit. Summer reading's going to go on now until June 27th. And we were closed for the 4th of July, and I hope that all of you had a wonderful 4th of July. If you can notice, I put in a couple of sets of pictures. There's Creekside Saturday. This is where Alexandra Thompson from Stormwater came in. She goes down into our creek and she catches these little critters and brings it up to show the children and talk about stormwater, talks about the creek, why it's important to keep our creeks clean and what these little critters do to help our everything that goes on there in the creek. We also have the duck race, which is a collaboration with the Parks of Recreation and Maintenance, and the parks guys love it. They created the river, and the children race their rubber ducks down the river. I do have to tell you that Parks and Recreation have a couple of new people, and sometimes those parks guys can be pranksters. And so one of them came in one day, and he said, ask Miss Donna. And I thought, ask me what? And so the person said, Miss Donna, Randy told me that the duck race is where you bring in your pet ducks, and they're real, and you tie ribbons around their neck, and you race them down the creek. So, no, they're rubber ducks that have been scribbled and drawn on with markers. But very, very excited about our numbers. And we could not have those numbers without our library board, without our board of mayor and aldermen providing us such a great budget that we're able to do these great things for our patrons and our citizens of LaVergne.
All right, well, our next library board meeting is on September 9th of 2024 at 5 p.m. Does anyone have any comments?
I just wanted to say that I appreciate you and your staff bringing these issues of equity and inclusion to the board. I think it's very important, and applaud you for bringing these to us. Please continue to any barriers to access. We'd love to help remove.
Thank you.
Agree on that, and I want to tag on to the numbers for the month of June. This is a testament to how welcoming you and your staff are to the members of our community. And so with seeing the barriers being removed this month, I'm curious to see how things keep going up and just blossoming, going even better than they currently. I mean, this is beautiful numbers, so I can't wait to see where they go. So good job.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm just so excited how the summer went, because I came to see you and asked how the numbers were. You were so excited, and I was so excited about the numbers. I was like, these kids are really enjoying this. So kudos to you and your team. It's awesome that what we're doing in our local library for our community.
Thank you. One thing I would like to say is today we have a new staff member. Kylie Sanders started today. She was in orientation, and she is the last to fill our little family. So we are now all full again until someone decides to leave the nest. And so very, very excited about that. So we welcome her.
Excellent. All right, if no one has anything else, I will adjourn this meeting.
yet.
Oh. It's a little after 6 p.m., June 20th, 2024. Call the LaVergne Beer Board meeting to order. We do seem to have a quorum. We've got a full house this evening. Our first order of business will be to approve the meeting minutes from a meeting on May 16th. Do I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
Motion to approve.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ready? Minutes approved. All right, new business is an off-premise beer permit for La Rose Market, located at 415 Old Nashville Highway in LaVergne. Mr. Patel, if you'll podium, please. And for the record, can you state your name and address, please?
Good evening, board member, Madam Chair. My name is Sandeep Las Patel. We planning to taking over the existing business located 415 Old Nashville Highway, La Rose Market.
Okay. Yeah. Does anyone have any questions?
Old Nashville and Jefferson.
No questions? All in favor of approving? If no questions?
I do
Okay.
have a question.
Okay.
Do you have any smart registers? How are you checking
Yeah,
for
so
your... Tell us your process.
So now these days, those POS system is so advanced, like even without scanning ID or putting manual date of birth, they will not bypass, it will not allow to sell alcohol to any minor.
Okay, so it actually scans the
It
driver's
scan
license?
anyone, allow, if there was person you see like physically is kind of old enough, you still have to put the date of birth, even it's like you think it's
Okay.
old enough, so yeah. Even my absence, like person of in charge will make sure that everything is, we follow the state and local law to sell alcohol, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Any other questions?
Do you have any other businesses?
So I was working in Rutherford County over 10 years. I was working in Murfreesboro, so working in LaVergne is kind of pretty neat, exciting opportunity for me. But yeah, I've been working this same business for over 10 years, yeah, experience.
Okay, all right. I don't have any other questions. I'll make the motion to accept the permit.
All right. Have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
Ready. Let's close the meeting to an end. Adjourn the meeting.
All right.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is August 8th, 2024, and it is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight the prayer will be with Alderman Waldron, the Pledge of Allegiance with Vice Mayor No. If everyone will please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Dear Heavenly Father, we are here with bowed heads and humble hearts to give thanks to your Son Jesus. We ask for your wisdom and guidance as we make decisions for our city, friends and neighbors. Keep in our hearts the people in need here and around the world. We ask, oh great God, to watch over our military, first responders, and the people that is keeping all of us safe. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item is to approve the minutes from the June 27th, 2024 workshop and the July 18th, 2024 special meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to presentations. Service ribbon presentation, Police Department.
So tonight is a great opportunity for me to acknowledge the service by 3 of our members. There's a 4th member who is not able to be here tonight, and that is Sergeant Timpson. But these 3 individuals that are here tonight participated in our deployment to the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This was a great opportunity for them to experience a national security event and glean some experience from that and bring it back to our community here in LaVergne. So I would like to congratulate each and every one of them for traveling up there and representing the city of LaVergne with distinction and honor. I received a lot of accolades from my friends and past coworkers with the Milwaukee Police Department on how professional they were and how impressed they were by the members of the LaVergne Police Department. So they have represented LaVergne well, and for that, I'd like to call each of them forward. So Officer Klein, Lieutenant Statz, and Lieutenant Durham. So I wish to present each one of you with 2 items. The first is a service ribbon for your participation in this national security event with the RNC. And the second item that I would like to present you, each of you, is my challenge coin. This is the Chief's Coin of Excellence. I only present this to individuals who actually represent the city of LaVergne and the LaVergne Police Department with the highest standards and the highest level of honor. And so, for a job well done, I'd like to present each of you with one of these and congratulate you as well.
Excellent.
Thank you much.
We had no one sign up for the public comment period. Moving on to departmental reports. We'll turn it over once again to Chief Mays.
All right. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board of Aldermen, you have the report in front of you. It's a great report. I'm very pleased to present you with this report. One or a couple of items of note is the burglaries. You'll see that there is a little bit of a spike, but that's from some storage unit burglaries, multiple storage units in one location over the course of a single or just a couple of incidents. But so that's up a little bit, but we have a lot of positive numbers here in terms of other crime categories. Calls for service are a little up. Our arrests are up. as well as our DUI arrests and drug-related arrests are up 78.9%. I believe our proactive efforts are causing these positive trends in our numbers. And also with I got to tell you, the motorcycles, they're great. We're getting a lot of feedback, and people are slowing down. And so with that, our crashes are down almost 46%. Our injury crashes are down almost 19%, and our traffic stops are up 101%. So I have the men and women that are out there on patrol to thank for this. It's because of their efforts that I think you see the streets are a little safer here in LaVergne. So, any questions?
Just one, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, what's this I hear about 4th of July? You were getting down a little bit?
Well, we had something prepared tonight, but we're not going to go that route. There was a very good band. I commend, the leaders here of LaVergne for getting a great band, and I may have broken out a few dance moves, but none of which were captured on camera.
I got video of it, Mayor. If we could get with Jerry, we could probably get that on Channel 3.
I'm sure next month he'll be prepared with his music.
Well, I had something special, but, we're going to forego that, and I'm just going to head back to my seat.
Welcome to the South, sir. You're coming around.
I think Miss Donna has some competition now.
So we're going to move on to the fire department, who's going to have to follow that. Chief Beasley.
I would not put on the cowboy hat backwards, so.
No comment.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that you've had an opportunity to review our monthly reports. I think everything is trending exactly the same way it was last year. It's incredible how statistics work. It seems to trend every year the same way. There is a few, right now at the midway point of the year, we are just ahead of where we were last year, but there's nothing to be cautioned of. You see our run responses are about the same, and we're still continuing our annual hydrant flushing. So I feel pretty good about that. The only thing that I'll say that you'll see that might be a little bit different, and it's going to be different for some months to come, is our inspections. Our inspector's out doing work, and he's completed better than half of the city's inspections this year. It's brand new inspectors, his first year, and he's already knocked out better than half of the commercial buildings. And he's going to be moving into the warehousing area, the much larger buildings, so those numbers will probably decrease over the next few months just because it takes a little bit longer to do each one of those. So those guys in community risk reduction are doing a great job. Obviously, our firefighters continue to do good work. Any questions?
Chief, do you want to talk a little bit about your new home and August 20th?
Yes, sir. We received our certificate of occupancy, thanks to our code's office for helping us out with that and making the way for us to pass all those and continue to work with us. They did a great job making sure that we were meeting all the marks. So we're working out of there now. The fire administration's in, firefighters are moving in. We've got working on punch list just to fine tune everything. We wanted to have an opportunity, kind of like you might at home before you have an open house. Get everything on the shelves where they want to go, and towels in the closet. So we're looking forward to an August the 20th grand opening, 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock. We'll have our push-in service or ceremony for the new pumper as well at the same time.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Any questions? Thank you.
Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. You can see 95 help desk tickets, 795 hours devoted to those. Past event, July 4th, Independence Day celebration. If you missed it, come next year because the police chief put on a heck of a show. Upcoming events, August 16th, Howl at the Moon. That's our annual 5K race. August 29th and 31st will be our carnival this year. Upcoming meetings on the 19th, Park and Rec Advisory Committee meeting at 6, and the Greenway follows that at 7. 5K race next Friday, August the 16th. Registration is now $35 through the 15th and $40 on the day of race. Check-in 6:30 at Veterans Park at Pavilion B. Race starts at 8 p.m. 12 age divisions, awards for the top 3 in each category, plus the top overall male and female. Crescent Amusements will be doing the summer carnival again. Thursday and Friday, their hours will be 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., Saturday 2 p.m. to 10. Armbands are $30. They are good for a time frame of 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. They are not available on Saturday from 2 p.m. to 6. So there was some confusion a couple of years ago, so now they just cut it back to a 4-hour time slot. Any questions?
Yes, sir. So for Howl at the Moon, have we reached out to the businesses along Murfreesboro Road and just given them our regular heads up that, hey, the road's going to be shut down and there's going to be significant congestion?
If we have not, we will tomorrow. I can't answer that. Kathy usually takes control of that, but we'll definitely reach out tomorrow to give them the heads up. Yeah, the roads will be shut down probably about 7:30, I believe. So the race will start at Veterans Park, turn on Floyd Mayfield to Murfreesboro Road, turn into City Hall, around the Horseshoe, back out to Murfreesboro Road, back to the park.
And you've got the chiefs registered, their registration's all set up?
I think the chief, both chiefs, and I believe the head of HR also.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's great to see that level of involvement and engagement. So,
Joe, did you feel left out? Do you feel left out?
No, not at all. Oh, I mean, we'll take Joe too. I mean, we're not going to turn anybody down.
I will say Independence Day was phenomenal. I heard nothing but great things. I talked to people from all over, and they come from out of state, so it's always a great time.
Yeah, we've had zone status in the past before, and I don't know if it was a combination of the audio was just super above average, but many people said that was the best they've ever heard zone status. And yeah, they did an amazing job. Those guys are always top notch. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Moving on to the library department. Ms. Donna.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You will see our July report first. That was our second month of summer reading. Programs stayed up there, attendance did. Our library attendance was 9,138, which we thought was amazing. And you can see the rest of the numbers. Do want to let people know that the library will be closed for the Labor Day weekend, Saturday, August 31st, and Monday, September the 2nd, and we will resume our regular hours on Tuesday, September 3rd. I put a few pictures in there of one of my favorite programs that happened this summer. This was Pirate Storytime, and Chief Beasley made the best captain ever.
I got a better hat.
It was a really fun time. It wasn't the highest attendance, but the 35 that were there had a great time. If you can see in the bottom picture, they all received pirate hats, and as they were leaving, they got a treasure map so they could go on the adventure. You also see our wonderful puppets. Kudos to Mara and Jonathan for putting on that great puppet show. It was so much fun. So we had a good time that day, and that was just one of many, many programs, well, 32 programs that month. On the second page, you will see that I combined June and July together just to give you an overall view of all the different numbers. Just want to point out a couple of numbers. Programs and events were 70, and that's for June and July. The attendance in the library, 18,385, and we felt every one of those people there. Circulation, 10,983. We have the cleanest books ever because as each book goes out and then comes back in, we wipe it down with a wipe and clean all of our books, and they look great. And the staff can tell you they cleaned 10,000 plus books this summer. Our Libby is going great, 447 hits on Libby. Patron cards for June and July, new patron cards, 354. That's a record. We have not done that in many, many years. And then if you look at the patrons modified, these are patrons who came in and their card had either expired or they needed to update an address or something of this, or they changed from an ST1, which is 5 to 11-year-olds, to an ST2. And then we had some ST2s who changed from that to adults. So that's considered a modification. And so I was very impressed with the modifying that happened. And down at the bottom, we had our prizes. The teens and tweens had some great prize packets. If you will notice, sketching was the most popular one. There were 477 entries put in that box, and totally enjoyed it. On the adults, we went kind of techie this year with the Amazon Fire, the Echo Show, the iPad in case. And the most popular, of course, was the iPad in case. And I think the person who won that did a little dance when they came in.
Chief?
Chief? Chief, I wasn't going to say a word. And then we had a box back at Reference where if you got a new library card, you were given the chance to fill it out and put it in the entry box. And so we had 284 people who did that. And they also received a gift card. So it was a great summer overall. You all have seen the programs leading up to it, and just a really good time. We're taking August to get our library back in shape, and then September the 9th, our story times will resume. Do you have any questions?
Just want to say, summer reading is absolutely amazing. Love the numbers. Do you want to hit on, with the library board, the bylaws being updated?
Yes, yes. The library board has been working very diligent along with Katie, our attorney, and so we finally got our bylaws all updated. Kind of sad to say, the last time we updated the bylaws was in 1988. So they needed a little revision. And with the help of the board and with Katie, we got it done, and so we're very excited about that. And they have been adopted in 2024.
Let's not wait so long to update them. Thank you, Ms. Donna.
Thank you.
Finance Department, Ms. Danielle.
Hello. The financials are in your packet. We are currently closing the books for June 30th. Anticipate the audit team entering the field August 19th. So we are working on the June, July information. Page 1, you'll see that the expenditures year-to-date exceed revenue by $17.5 million. Sales tax exceeds last year's by $500,000. So that's 106% over budget. Page 2 is the cash balances of the accounts. You'll see the general fund, we have $34 million. And then that's the rest of the accounts following that. Page 3, I added a graph, and I'm going to work on that for the rest of the information. Let me know if you like that. I'm more of a visual person.
I do.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of convert the numbers into graphs and kind of eliminate that so it's more user-friendly. Is there any questions or any recommendations? If you have anything else, any other graphs you'd like to see, are there any data that you'd like to see graphed, just let me know.
I like the graphs.
Thank you. And so we can kind of see which months we're bringing in more revenue and spending more, so we can kind of get that equal.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell. Come on down.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I hope you've had the opportunity to review our July monthly report. One thing I'd like to mention is we've had the TOC analyzer online for just over a month now. We have taken our July samples. They did match up almost identical to what the analyzer has been giving us for data. So just want to say thank you for making it possible for us to get that equipment. It's helps with the optimization of the plant. So thank you for that. We are, as Chief Beasley stole my line about flushing, we too are doing our annual flushing, and we've got about 37% roughly completed in the end of June and through July. Any questions?
Can you take us through the complaints?
I thought you'd never ask.
Thank you, sir.
We had 3 customer complaints this month. One was for no water. One was for a quote-unquote chemical smell coming from their backyard hose, and a third for green water coming out of a faucet. Yeah. So for the no water complaint, we sent our inspector out there. Their meter was cut off. We had them contact water billing. That was taken care of, as it always is. For the chemical smell, that was strictly coming out of their hose. I know that there's a lot of talk about drinking water out of your hose and what that might be, but there was no experience anywhere else. We did take a sample. All the numbers came back well within range, so there was no issue that we could see through that, and no odor that was apparent when we took the sample. For the green water complaint, that was a commercial building coming out of their, I believe it was their kitchen faucet or like break room faucet. When we arrived on site, we personally, my inspector, did not see a greenish tint. Again, we took a sample. All the numbers came back well within range. They had called the water treatment plant as well as Public Works, so Public Works responded to that as well, assisted the client in flushing their own private hydrant to help them out, and there hasn't been any issue since that I'm aware of. So it was a good team effort in that regard.
If anyone has any concerns with their water, where do they contact?
Bo. 615-793-6536, option 2. Is this thing on? Sorry.
Any other questions? Thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2024-12, an ordinance adopting and enacting a codification and revision of the ordinances of the city of LaVergne, Tennessee, providing for the repeal of certain ordinances not included therein, providing a penalty for the violation thereof, providing for the manner and amending such code, and providing when such code and this ordinance shall become effective. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Alderman Waldron?
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we've got the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second? Our second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business, we've got first reading ordinance 2024-13, an ordinance to amend Title 20, Chapter 4 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding public records. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2024-14, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to first reading ordinance 2024-15, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 10, Resolution 2024-20, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'll go ahead and second it. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. That resolution passes. Number 11, motion to approve a agreement with the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for sewage transportation and treatment. So need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to
Second for discussion.
have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs and a second from Alderman Waldron.
Yeah, on this deal, I think Metro's gonna charge us 5.6% more on that. That's quite of a bit of a increase. What I hadn't heard yet, how much are the cities going to have to raise the sewer rate to the citizens? It's hard for me to vote for this, not knowing what it's going to affect the citizens. I mean, we could pass this and we start paying the Metro the fee, but it's like we got in the water deal. I mean, the water department has got to balance out, and I haven't heard nothing about what it's going to cost the citizens on a higher rate on the sewer, because the sewer and water is kind of added together in the bill.
Well, two items that was discussed at the workshop that it was going to be looked into and evaluated by finance. So they're looking into that based on what we've already increased with the last budget and how this will impact. The other thing is we really don't have that much of an alternative, because if you're not going to agree to this agreement with Metro for sewage, where are you going to send the sewage? The Corps of Engineers and TWRA won't allow us to discharge treated sewage into the lake because they have a cap on that. Plus, we don't have a plant to process it. So it's kind of a catch-22. We just like these other municipalities, Belmead, Brentwood, Goodlettsville, Millersville, none of us have our own water treatment plant. So it's one of these, we can't build one, we can't discharge into the lake, so we have to send it somewhere.
Yeah, I think everybody understands that. But what I'm trying to, we knew that was happening for a long time, and at 5.6%, that's going to greatly affect the money situation. But what I need to know before I can vote is how much is the sewer rates going to go up for the citizens? And I've seen no data on that as far as I would tell.
Any other discussion?
I had the same concerns, and I guess finance will, once they do their work, they will, is that correct, Danielle? Unfortunately, it's another catch-22. We ain't got no choice on this. I mean, if we do, I'd like to know it, and I don't like it. But Nashville's got us, Brentwood, Belmead, Goodlettsville, they got us. Not much we can do about it. So, but I guess we'll sit back and wait on Finance Department to figure out how much it will increase.
Yeah, I know, the city knew this was coming along, and I know it's election time, and we done raised the water once. I know it's a bad time to talk about raising utility bills, especially at election time, but, it's 5 and 6, some point down the line, surely we're going to have to raise the rates. We don't know how much it's going to be, and I wish we had that data in front of us where it'd be more clear to vote on.
Well, knowing, we knew the rate study was going on, and as far as the sewage rate, with Metro. And we didn't know a time frame or the percentages of what we would get back. So our group that was doing the rate study for water and sewer rates that were adopted for this fiscal year did their best to guesstimate that. That's one of the reasons why finance needs to be able to evaluate that and then come back with that information to us. So
we're just really voting on this blindfolded?
No, you're voting on what the city is agreeing to for sewage. So, I mean, we can either, agree to Metro sewer rates and move forward, or we have to find an alternative for sewage. And
with Nashville raising us up 5.88%, that's the city as a whole, but that doesn't necessarily mean how much the residents will be raised up. Is that correct, Bruce?
Yes, sir, that's correct. This treatment charge from Metro is only one portion of what we have to pay for sewer.
Exactly.
So, in the rate study that we just finished with MTAS, they calculated an annual 3% increase into that rate study. So there's already, and that's for the actual treatment charges for Metro. So we've already got the 3% built in for these charges. So we just have to calculate if we can make it up somewhere else, or if we have to raise the remainder of that in the middle of the year sometime. We have to calculate all of that out. We don't have that information at this time.
Exactly.
With all the development going out other side of Walden Road, that's going us you more sewer to Metro. So, I think have a cubic, they call it a cubic, what do they call it?
It's 100 cubic feet.
Cubic feet. That's going to cost more. It's going to be more expensive, and you'd like the water deal. The state makes us raise it up.
Mm-hmm.
So it just if it don't balance out, the state's going to come in and say, well, you got to raise your sewer rate.
Right.
Right after raise the water, and that's just what I'm getting at. I'm kind of voting on something that it's obvious what we're voting on, but we don't know what the outcome's going to be.
Well, we did increase the sewer rates July 1st already, and we have a scheduled increase again for next July 1st. So we've just got to determine if there's a difference that we'll have to make up for the remainder of the year after October 1st, when this rate increase goes into effect with Metro.
I mean, regardless of the expense, though, there really is no alternative, right? The sewer's got to go to Metro one way or another.
Correct.
Yes.
The bottom line. And as far as it being, I don't know what that even means, but as far as it being an election year, if you're up here for votes, you're up here for the wrong reason. So we've got to do what Nashville, they got us. We ain't got no choice.
Yeah.
But I guess this is just even though we don't have a choice, we still have to go through the formality. Is that correct, Evan?
Yes, sir. I mean,
going through the formality and the motions to make it all
that's exactly right. You either do this or you build your own sewage treatment plant. So
proper parliamentary procedure or something.
right, yes, sir.
Any other discussion? Okay. Alderman Waldron.
Pass.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to number 12, motion to approve a memorandum of understanding with Box 55 for rehabilitation services for the LaVergne Fire and Police. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs. Is there a second?
Second for discussion. One question I wanted to ask the other night was, is this going to be a 1-year thing? How's that going to work?
So this would be.
I'm trying to look through it, and
this would be a year, and then whenever we get to our annual budget, we would basically readopt this, just like we have in the past with Box 100. It's the same process. We're going to go through, and we have to allocate money during the budget season, and then reapprove the MOU or reaffirm it.
All right.
Any other questions? So we've got a motion to approve. We got a second and third. Alderman Waldron.
Yes.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
See here. Again, check on the elderly, make sure that they're looked after, took care of, and make sure your pets have ample shade and water. And again, it's school time, school just started, and be aware the kids gonna be on the side of the road, and a lot of times you can't see them. But be careful and watch out for the school buses. And so many times, just in my travel, I see a school bus stop with a stop sign on the side of the bus. It swings out and traffic still flows. That stop sign means stop, and we need to just be aware, you know. I know we ain't been used to that in a while. Just be vigilant and be aware, and that's all I got. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I just wanted to put something out there, more so for the community than anything, but Vice Mayor knows probably not the only one of us that got phone calls about concerns about Box 55, or not really concerns, but just interest about why Box 55 was coming. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, like, we go through this consent agenda, and there are hundreds of thousands of dollars that are spent, furniture for public works, things like that. So to me, and why Box 55 got my support and approval, was this is $18,000 for the livelihood or the support of our emergency services. So to me, it was more of a drop in the bucket in the grand scheme of things to provide our emergency services and the people protecting our city with the best support we possibly can. So I don't really feel like that there should have been a hesitation. So just for the encouragement for people at home. The next thing I wanted to encourage people to apply for the Industrial Development Board position. There are 4 out of 6 of our current members are on the Planning Commission, and I would really like to hear from a diverse group of people regarding the impact of the development of our city versus a monopoly of individuals that are appointed by our mayor. Thank you.
Alderwoman Haas.
The weather's nice right now. It's going to get hot again, so don't let this fool you. That's all I got.
Vice Mayor No.
Yes, sir. It's going to be, I'm on tonight. I've been letting you slide for a couple of months. First of all, I want to give shout outs to all of our employees, both white collars and blue collars. You guys are amazing. But I'm going to pick on one group tonight because I feel like they've earned it. I don't know about the rest of the board members, but I get phone calls, text, and emails 2 or 3 a week about why is Codes picking on me with all of the other stuff that's going in this city, and they're worried about my grass, or they're worried about my garbage can, or whatever. Well, first of all, that lets me know that Codes is doing their job. Some of these people are my personal friends, and I will not mix personal with business. And I want to give a shout out to Joe and his staff. It's my understanding that Miss Rebecca Moore is making enemies right and left in this city, and that Thomas Lawrence is making enemies. And all they've ever said, and I'll say it too, and I hope you folks watching at home, do we want to be Brentwood or Belle Meade? Absolutely not. I know I don't. But mow your grass, make your neighbors look, pick up your trash out in the, if you can't make the backyard look good, make the front yard look good. But Codes is coming for you, and my understanding, with the help of our legal team, they have come up with some plans to help give the Codes Department some extra tools, if I understand that correctly. And but as long as I keep getting those phone calls and emails, it makes me feel like Codes is doing their job. I know my house is not perfect, but at least I keep my grass cut, and I keep my junk hid. Now, to add to Alderwoman Hobbs. Box 55. I'm sure some of their people are watching at home or will, so I'm going to raise their bar, and hopefully they will meet it and exceed it. And as I said the other night, I'm not going to harsh on 10 years ago. Box 100 was second to none in the rehab business. I don't know what happened. It doesn't matter. Again, I'm not taking this personal, but I will give some shout outs and back it up to former Mayor Sena Mosley and her husband Ronnie, Laura Davidson, Christopher and Liz Buck, Tony and Tommy Vanetta, and so many others that made Box 100 an awesome, awesome rehab. And I'd like to challenge Box 55, now that we've put you in place, to try and reach what they were. Now, I know they did a lot more than is expected from you all, but they made this community proud. They made our emergency services proud. And we will be watching, and I hope everything goes good. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm done preaching.
Wonderful sermon, brother. So I want to remind everyone about the 20th of August, the Fire Station 41 ribbon cutting and dedication. It should be a wonderful time, and I know we've reached out to Diana McCormick to join us. So I think this will be really good for the city and for the fire department. So I hope to see everyone out there. And if you happen to be at work and you can't make it, but you want to go on a tour, just reach out to our fire department. They'll work with you on getting that whenever they're not on calls. We've already had a few people stop by.
Just a few.
Do want to remind everybody we've got Howl at the Moon coming up, and that's always a fun time. I've got to get my own registration, and I'm so glad to hear that both of our chiefs and HR are all going to be in this now. So I look forward to seeing all of y'all running down the Murfreesboro Road. Should be a very fun time.
We're going to need a med unit on hand and then a paving crew when I'm finished running.
We always have a med crew because I'm running. So, and then want to remind everyone we've got the Fall Festival coming up soon. So make sure that you register for the parade, register for a booth, put it on your calendar. We're going to have a car show beforehand, and there's going to be a lot of fun activities, music. So please mark your calendar to come out and do this. We do have a couple different board openings. We've got Beautification Board, which still has an opening. Like Alderwoman Hobbs says, the IDB has an opening. The City Council appoints that, though, not just me.
Yes.
So it's the whole group. And
We'll
then
appoint the Planning Commission.
Yes. And then Parks and Rec, we just had someone resign after 5 years. Rick Autry has resigned from that board. So if you're interested in any of those, please get your applications in. With that, call this meeting adjourned.
All right, turn. I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission July 30th, 2024 meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. First item is to approve the meeting minutes from the June 25th, 2024 regular meeting and July 16th, 2024 workshop. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Item number 2 is public comment. I do not believe we have any this evening, so we'll move on to item number 3. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Carruthers Crossing Phase 2, property located off Carruthers Road, requested by SEC Inc., PDR Plan Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
I think staff recommends to maybe move this to the end of the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Or not do it at all, depending on how y'all decide at the end.
Yes, sir. We'll move on to item number 4. Site plan, Smyrna Ready Mix, new 2-story building totaling approximately 980 square feet on approximately 8.87 acres, requested by Wine Engineers. Property located at 371 Waldron Road, tax map 17G, Group A, Parcel 2. I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by SRM LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is the request from Smyrna Ready Mix for site plan approval. And you can see on the screen there, the property. There's quite a bit of gravel there today. They're going to be cleaning a lot of that up with this site plan and adding some concrete in areas. Zooming out, you can see there the location of the property is right here in the center of the screen. And the zoning map, again, where I'm pointing, zoning is I-2, heavy industrial, which is suitable for this use. These are the site photos, and you currently see there where the concrete ends and the gravel beyond. They will be building a new building with this site plan, a 2-story batch house. The square footage of that's approximately 980 square feet for that building, so that will be part of this site plan. There's one more photo, shows the current site. Other than that, the site is an architectural overlay, and the batch house that they're proposing is 100% brick. And there is a brick that was submitted by the applicant
Thank
a few
you.
weeks ago. So you can see that from Mr. Blair. Other than that, all the planning comments have been met, and I believe all engineering has, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde in case he wants to say anything.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lyde?
Their engineers submitted a complete set of calculations. They are adding a concrete treatment system prior to fixing their detention basin, and with that, and also their new equipment is going to be much more environmentally protective than their existing equipment, so the staff is happy.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? With none, we'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. On to item number 5. Site plan, City of LaVergne, new fire training facility on approximately 1 acre requested by the City of LaVergne. Property located on Mason Road and Bain Drive, tax map 17, parcel 11.05, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by the City of LaVergne. Mr. Logan.
So this property on the screen is slated to become a temporary training facility for LaVergne Fire. It is located at the corner of Mason and Bain Drive. The proposed layout shows 2 new structures that will be built on the site that will accommodate training facilities for LaVergne Fire. You can see the zoning here. Where I'm pointing in red is the actual property. And here's a site photo. It's a vacant tract today, just mainly gravel on the site. And there's another photo looking straight ahead at the Cosmos Granite facility. And you can see that white cars at the stop sign at the corner. So these are the plans that were submitted by the engineer of record. And you can see the site here. It's approximately an acre site, and these structures will be built from Conex containers. So they'll be stacked and assembled and so forth. The tallest height on the plan is 28 feet, which is no problem. The zoning allows a 50-foot height for buildings. All containers are shown at a 30-foot minimum setback from all property lines. The only outlier may be the storage facility that's over here on the south side. Other than that, the area will be fenced. You probably remember from 2 weeks ago with black vinyl coated chain link fence for security and other reasons. There's no planning comments left. I don't believe there's any engineering. I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde. Thanks.
Okay, obviously, I'm the designer of record, so no comments per se, but we did get the comment last time from the Planning Commission. We had a 28-foot entrance, requested 30. We widened it to 32.
Perfect. Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Yes, I've got one.
Sir?
So, do we have anybody from the fire department here?
Oh, is there a representative here? If you'd be so kind, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Didn't know if it was general or...
Matt Fry, 283 Old Nashville Highway.
So how are y'all going to connect the Connex boxes? See, there's a couple different options, but...
There's a thing called twist locks. So they'll be twist locked together. And then there's also they'll be strapped onto a footer in various places around the connexes.
Okay. I saw the different options, welding, clamps, locks, so I was like, we'll see. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? We will entertain a motion.
Motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Logan, going back to item number 3.
We can... Yeah, I'll just go ahead and turn this one over to Mr. Mr. Lyde. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
They did not come particularly close to getting through all the punch list items. I sent them an email yesterday saying they should probably request deferral. We didn't get that request, but they didn't show up. So,
Very good.
assuming they're requesting deferral.
Well, with us being on board and in meetings, so motion for defer.
I'm going to make a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. And our final item will be bonds and letters of credit. Ms. Williams.
Hi, Board. You should have your bond list in front of you. I have reached out to the 3 that will be expiring next month and in September, and everything else should be fine. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for your time. Meeting adjourned. Aye.